Welcome back to the live stream here on the channel. I decided I just wanted to do a stream today. So let's go right ahead and see who's in the live stream. We got Indiana, we have Caden, Caleb, as well as Rain, Maves, Dave, and everyone else who's watching may not be chatting. Glad to have you here as well. We do have a tornado warning right now, so let's go ahead and just dive right on into this. Let's see if we got everything set up. Hopefully I do. Yep, everything looks pretty good. So we do have an area of rotation up here in North Carolina. I don't think this warning's going to last too much longer, but we do have the risk for a couple tornadoes today. We do have also the risk for 70-mile-an-hour winds. We've actually already seen a severe. This one here from Rocky Mount, North Carolina is a severe for 70-mile-an-hour winds. And the hail threat, I want to make this one clear. The hail threat in the East Coast, we could see upwards of 2-inch in diameter. The 4-inch hail is going to be possible out towards Texas if we see supercell initiation, which some models initiate supercells. Other models have absolutely nothing happening out there. So it's just going to be, it's going to be a 50-50, to be honest, on exactly what we see out there in Texas. But here's our big risk area for today. We've got a very large risk today. We've got a marginal all the way from New York and a slight risk all the way from New York, all the way back down towards near the panhandle of Florida and as well as southern, let's see, Alabama. That's what that state is there. Then we have just a little bit of a level 1 threat here for New Orleans up near Shreveport. So we've got a very large level 1 over a few different portions of the country, and then we have a more narrow but still very large level 2 area over multiple areas of the country as well. So more of a population risk as opposed to a outbreak type of risk. So I believe there's over, last time I looked, it was 30 million. Oh wow, it's way more. Never mind. 110 million, 116 million, I believe that is. I think that's 116 million inside the risk area today, including the slight and the marginal risk. Jeez, like 75 million people under the tornado risk. That is a lot of people under the risk for a tornado today. So just make sure you guys are hyper weather aware out there. If y'all could real quick, hit that like button so that way we can reach as many people as possible today, because I know there's a lot of people who are inside the risk areas today who may be worried about severe weather. Over here on the East Coast, we typically don't see that much severe weather. So when it happens, a lot of people typically get very anxious. I do believe the tornado threat will be minimal. However, there is a locally very favorable environment for tornadoes out here in North Carolina, in southeastern Virginia. I do believe that is going to be the highest potential for tornadoes today. I don't believe it's very high, but it is the highest potential. Um, yeah, even more east than that as well. Along this entire area here, there's a very favorable area for supercells to initiate and for us to see tornadoes. I was thinking about chasing today, but it's just way too coastal for me. It's a 3.5 hour journey to where I would be targeting in North Carolina. So if they upgraded this to 10 Sector, I would have probably headed out. But there's a new tornado warning already, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's probably an extension. I don't see what else that would be for. Okay, it's for the other portion.
Tornado warning for North Central Edgecombe County in central North Carolina, Southeastern Halifax County in central North Carolina, Edgecombe and Halifax County in North Carolina.
So, fun fact, I was actually going to Greensboro today to drop off Lucky, and we could see the towering. This was like 3-4 hours ago. We could already see the towering beginning over Lucky's house in Raleigh. And sure enough, maybe not even 2 hours later, these supercells started to initiate right over, like, I think it was just barely east of Lucky's house. And yeah, they're going warned well to the northeast of his house now, so he's probably upset. But in my opinion, you don't want to be inside tornado warnings. Which, speaking of tornadoes, actually, the storm we storm chased yesterday has a confirmed EF1 tornado with it, with winds of about 105 miles per hour. So if we did continue to drive through that storm, there's a chance we would have actually ended in a tornado. So I'm really glad that we decided just to core punch that right at the gas station yesterday, because that did have a observed tornado with it. National Weather Service Blacksburg tweeted about it this morning. So glad we didn't continue any more eastward. So also, just really quick, I want to point out another storm of concern. I was just looking at it up here in Maryland. One of my friends are chasing up in this general area. There is actually a decent region of rotation here. Not anything, ridiculous, but it could be a concern. Matter of fact, it is possible now. So if you are inside this severe in Frederick, I think this is Maryland now, Frederick, Maryland, make sure you are indoors, away from doors and windows, and stay close to your safe spot, just in case they upgrade this to a tornado warning, because that is a little area of rotation. It's not like anything too over the top. But it's definitely notable enough to the point where I would be watching it very closely and preparing my safe spot just in case. So this is our only tornado warning as of now. It's out here for Scotland Neck in North Carolina, so just make sure you guys are in your safe spot. I don't believe there is a tornado on the ground with this. However, a radar-indicated tornado warning means a tornado is imminent or possibly even on the ground. Another one of my friends are out there chasing today in eastern North Carolina. Unfortunately, I believe I like 2-3 chasers got stuck. Somebody I follow on Twitter actually got stuck in the mud out here. I don't know where. Infield is where someone I follow on Twitter got stuck. And my friend is probably in Rocky Mount. I haven't checked up with him, but last time I checked, his target area was out towards Oak City. In between Rocky Mount and Williamstown, he wanted to go over here towards a little bit of a better target area, because further south it's a little tricky road network, but I mean it's still a good region. So I don't know if he booked it north up towards this tornado warning storm or not. He probably did. That probably would have been the best call. So if I ever get info on him, I'll let y'all know. But yeah, again, if you guys could, just please share this with as many people as possible. Severe weather is going to be possible up and down the entirety of the East Coast. So the front hasn't actually passed. The front is still located like back out here. So there's a small, very small, but still a chance that I end up seeing severe weather today. They have they have kept me inside that 2% tornado risk for some reason. I'm not 100% sure. So yeah, we're gonna just continue to watch this closely, and we'll keep an eye on it. So let's go back over to our active tornado warning. I don't know which one would be the more notable radar, or easier to see radar site here. I guess it would be this one. Yeah, this is the Raleigh radar. This is Lucky's local radar site here. So we do have an active tornado warning again out here in North Carolina for Scotland Neck. Other storms, because I know we're only talking about this one. That's because it's a tornado warning. But again, monitoring that one up there in Maryland. Just keeping an eye on that towards Frederick. The small area of rotation already broke up, so it was probably a brief area of small rotation. That's about it. There's a severe warning for Norfolk in extreme northeastern New York. And I think that's all the severe storms in New York. I don't think we have any in Pennsylvania, but there is a severe watch out there. We have a few isolated severes towards Georgia. We have a severe for, let's see, Marcus, as well as a severe for Dublin in Georgia, and nothing in Texas just yet. So this is the main area. This is where the bulk of our severe weather is, and as well as our tornadic activity as of now. I'm not really expecting anything tornadic outside this area, so here's where your main tornado risk is for today. That brown area is a more highlighted region of the potential for tornadoes. We're not expecting strong tornadoes today by any means, but a few brief tornadoes will be possible. So just make sure you are keeping an eye out if you're in this area. But don't just focus in on that area as well. We also have the green 2%, which goes all the way down towards, actually further south than I thought, out here towards southern Alabama. And if we go further west here, we also have a 2% chance out in Dallas and Wichita Falls, as well as down towards San Antonio. So I believe this is a slight risk still. Yeah, so that's a slight risk for Dallas, down towards Austin, Waco, Clean, for the potential of large hail. And I believe that's the only main risk for that slight risk. Yeah, large hail potential. And that is significant, actually. So there's actually a hatched 15 sig risk for large hail out there near Dallas. Yellow, brown, same thing. Same thing. Glad to see you guys all in here today. We have EH Ivana. Probably butchered that. My apologies. Isabel, once again, Chip, Caleb, Michael, Blondie, welcome to the stream. Glad to see you guys all in here. Everyone else who's also just watching may not be chatting. Glad to have you here as well. Drew. Let's see. Drew, I don't see any significant severe weather in the near future. Sam, welcome to the stream. Marcus, Wendy, Dave. I believe I welcomed Dave, but hey. Better twice than not at all. So let's go back over to our... Ooh, that's a damage report. Large tree limbs down. That's in eastern, just barely east of Raleigh, North Carolina. So this was considerable for 70-mile-an-hour winds, but they did just remove that. So that is good news. Hopefully we stay at just either a normal severe, or more preferably no severe would be great. There's a little bit of uncertainty in regards to the storm mode today. Some models had this being discrete. If that was the case, then we would definitely see a much higher tornado threat. But from the looks of it, it's going to be a clustery mess threat for severe weather out here. So we'll see if anything manages to stay out in front of these storms, or maybe be an embedded supercell like this one towards Scotland Neck. This tornado warning, by the way, remains in effect for 37 more minutes. There was another tour possible, but I believe they got rid of it. They did. So really, it's just this area. Yeah, that north one, right? Yeah, okay. Just want to make sure that wasn't tour possible. So it's just this area where we have the risk for a tornado at the moment. More specifically, the potential for an imminent tornado out here towards Scotland Neck, North Carolina. So just make sure you are in your safe spot. That is a active tornado warning. Yeah, Western Maryland is getting something if you're in Frederick. It is tour possible, so I highly recommend staying close to your safe spot if you're in Frederick, just in case the storm starts to rotate. If it doesn't rotate at all, then you're just going to get some small hail, maybe some gusty winds. That's going to go right through the I-70 corridor near Myersville, down through Frederick in Maryland. I don't think Ohio will get too much. Yeah, if anything, it's going to be extreme eastern. Ohio may have a risk for an isolated thunderstorm or two. So just make sure you're, staying aware. I mean, look at that. Yeah, you already have some isolated rain showers firing. Don't know if those are thunderstorms yet. They shouldn't pose a tornado risk, but as they move more east, there's a small chance they might. Let me go check the future future radar just to see if models do anything with those. I mean, they might have a brief tornado risk with them. But honestly, they should just be passing rain showers. I don't think there'll be anything too over the top. And I think Iowa has some severes. Yeah, so we actually have a severe in just barely west of Brooklyn, Iowa, and another severe in, let's see, Walker, Iowa. Both of those are in eastern Iowa. So here's our only tornado warning once again. This is looking decent, actually. For a radar site far away, that's not looking too bad. So we may have a little area of rotation back out here towards that little notch moving up near Scotland Neck. Just make sure you're in your safe spot. Make sure you are in your safe spot. You'll be perfectly fine. There's a very small chance this is actually producing a tornado, but just in case, the National Weather Service already has that tornado warning there, which means seek shelter immediately. Tornado warning means a tornado is imminent or possibly even on the ground, especially when you're in radar holes like this. There is it's pretty difficult to see if a tornado is on the ground based off of radar. So typically, the National Weather Service is going to rely off of spotters, and I know we have a couple spotters out here today because it is the East Coast. Most of the time, if you're a weather enthusiast and you live out here in the East Coast, any risk you get, you're going to chase. That's if you can. Like I said, this one was a little bit too far east for me. I'm out in Martinsville, so I would have had to go through Martinsville, Danville, and go all the way towards Richmond. And then probably dive southwest near Franklin. And I really don't think it would be worth it. This is all in North Carolina at the moment. But we have isolated severe storms all the way from New York. We've got a severe storm. We have some in Maryland. Main area to keep an eye on is going to be this corridor right here over the next 2, maybe 3 hours here. And then we're also watching out here in Georgia, and we're also watching out here towards Texas too. So there's a lot of areas. It's not just, also Iowa. So there's not just one area to watch today. We've got a big marginal level 1 in multiple different areas in that dark green. And then you have a level 2 risk for severe weather out there, stretching from like New York all the way down to southern Alabama. And then again, here's your elevated tornado risks. So we've got this large green, which is a 2% chance for tornadoes. And then according to Isabel, this is yellow, yellowish brown. Out here in Greenville, all the way up north towards southeastern New York, that's a 5% chance for tornadoes. So a bit of an elevated threat there. And then this purple box that you see here, this is a tornado watch. So that's where the Storm Prediction Center believes the greatest tornado threat exists, so much so that they've actually issued a watch, which means the environment's favorable for tornadoes. So they have a 40% chance of seeing 2 or more tornadoes, and actually a 20% chance that one of those tornadoes are strong. Thank you for subscribing, Texas. Much appreciated. Friendly reminder, if you're new to the channel, you can subscribe with the notification bell set to all. That way you know when we go live or upload a video. And like I said, hopefully the severe weather calms down, but we do have tomorrow to go through as well. We'll probably do a little bit of coverage tomorrow. But yeah, the most important thing is hitting that like button and sharing the stream, because that pushes us out to more people. You can subscribe if you want to come back, but the main goal is to reach as many people as we can with the word of severe weather. And this tornado warning just got disextended. So thankfully it's not blue. If you see this turn blue, it means it's confirmed from the National Weather Service. So this is still radar indicated. What that means is a tornado is imminent. So just make sure you are in your safe spot, again in Scotland Neck, which is in North Carolina. I'm thinking about adding a little window, honestly. Like can you guys see that? Yeah, you know what? We'll add that. We'll just put that at the bottom right, honestly. That way you guys can see the active warnings at the bottom right when we're on this particular radar site. So these are all severes, normal severes, typically for about 1-inch hail 60, and then that's your tornado warning that's active. And also remember, say you're in like Halifax County, North Carolina, tornado warning is not going to be for the entire county. So I don't know exactly what county Halifax is here in North Carolina. But Yeah, they don't issue it unless it's like a big tornado or a big warning. Typically, they're going to issue it for a portion of the county and not the whole county. So again, just make sure you are in your safe spot here if you are inside this active tornado warning. And again, if you guys could, we're at 57 likes. If you could just really fast hit that like button. The reason why I say that so frequently is because the more likes we have, the more people we get pushed out to. So thank you guys for tuning in. We're, of course, not even close to ending the stream. We're going to probably go until this threat in North Carolina, Virginia ends. That's probably going to be the plan here. So just make sure that you guys are in your safe spot if you're in this tornado warning. What you should do if you're in a severe... So if you're in a severe warning, say you're in Frederick, Maryland, Frederick County, Maryland, just literally stay away from doors and windows. You're good. That's all you have to do, and you will be perfectly fine. Just stay away from doors and windows. And make sure you're indoors, of course. Make sure you're indoors, away from doors and windows. That one in Frederick does have a interesting look to it. I don't see any rotation on the southern side of the storm, but Frederick, I would definitely be watching this storm closely. It's probably going to have some small hail, gusty winds for sure. Small hail, gusty winds will be the main issue there. So real quick, you guys won't be able to see those active warnings, but I just want to show you guys. You don't have to be in a basement for a severe warning unless it gets really rough and you don't, you feel like it's a little bit stronger than you'd like, than you can. But if you're in a tornado warning, you have to be in your basement, in your safe spot. Severe warning just means to really stay away from doors, windows, and indoors. Indoors, away from doors and windows is typically what they say. So again, here's our big risk area for those who may just be tuning in. Let me go to the categorical risk. So we have a marginal level 1 and a slight risk level 2. So you've got a large area here for severe weather potential. Let's go back over to our active tornado warning. Scotland Neck, just make sure you are in your safe spot. That's what matters the most. That's why I'm not really wanting to look anywhere else, because that's where we have an active tornado warning, which again means a tornado is imminent. So make sure you are in your safe spot now if you are in Scotland Neck, North Carolina. North Carolina. So we'll continue to monitor that. I'm also looking at other storms on my other monitor. So whilst you guys are staying, right on this tornado warning, I'm also keeping an eye on other storms. The one I'm most interested in... Ooh. I might have just gotten interested in this one, too. There's a little interesting storm in Smithville, Georgia. Almost said Alabama. Smithville, Georgia, going towards the Cordley area. I don't see any rotation on it, but it has some velocity, so it might be, a bit windy. It is severe for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Also, Frederick, it's still possible in Frederick, Maryland, but honestly, it doesn't look tornadic anymore. It was really attempting for a minute. Like, it had a decent hook when we first looked at it, but it's undergone a cell merge, which is where two storms merge into one, and now that just looks like more of a wind threat and a small hail threat. So there's no organized velocities. Typically what we look for with a really good area of rotation in a tornado warning is green and red together. And you can see we don't really have much of that. So we'll just keep an eye on it. If there is a tornado on the ground, which I don't believe there is, it would be here southwest of Scotland Neck, North Carolina. So you can see this does have a supercell look to it. It actually has a really good supercell look to it for North Carolina, especially. Sarah, it stands for Tornado Research Group, but, I mean, we don't really go by that too much. So, yeah, just make sure you're in your safe spot once again. If you're out here in this tornado warning, North Carolina, Scotland Neck, North Carolina, please be in your safe spot. It's warned for 26 more minutes. 26 more minutes here. If you're in any of the severes, we may not be covering your area at the moment. because it's probably not a life-threatening, a potentially life-threatening storm. If a tornado touches down here on Scotland Neck, it could easily become life-threatening. So, we have other severes. You can see it at the bottom right. Actually, that list might be a bit longer now. Just to make sure you guys can see all those severes. So if you're in any of those severes, just like I said, make sure you stay indoors, away from doors and windows. The more pressing one is this tornado warning in Scotland Neck, North Carolina. So again, please make sure you are in your safe spot. That is the most important thing. You got 3 severe thunderstorm warnings in New York City. Might get a 4th one soon. Really? You had 3? I didn't see that. But then again, I wasn't home all day, so wouldn't be surprised. So once again, just make sure you are in your safe spot. I'm checking on other storms here. This doesn't really look that tornadic, honestly. My personal opinion, they'll probably cancel this shortly unless it starts to ramp up again. But this is a cluster mode, so basically that's where a lot of storms are very close to each other. So linear would be a line. You'd see more of a line like we saw yesterday. Discrete is where storms are by themselves like that. Semi-discrete is when you have storms like close to each other like this. So they're not touching, but they're kind of close to each other. So it's semi-discrete. And then this is clustered. This is clustered. Another thing that we like to call it is messy. It's a messy mode. You'll hear us say that frequently on this channel. Very messy modes. We've seen that a lot in 2024. Just to mention it really quick, we do have a active tornado warning up here in Quebec. So typically we don't cover Canada unless it's really significant, but we do have a tornado warning in Quebec towards the Saint Donat area, if that's how you say that. Just so that way you'll know where it's there. I don't believe we have anyone from Canada, but you never know. Never know. So again, active tornado warning. Tornado warning means the tornado is imminent or possibly even on the ground. That's why you see that scroll at the bottom there. It means a tornado is imminent. So please make sure you are seeking shelter. Again, there's no... I don't suspect it's on the ground at all from the scans that I'm seeing. So hopefully we stay that way. If there was a very strong area of rotation that was like close to producing a tornado... we would have a very tight area of red and green here. And you see, we just have broad areas of red back here and a little bit of green. So if it is rotating, it's not going to be rotating a lot. Matter of fact, this one's a little bit more interesting towards Rich Square, North Carolina, just because those greens could easily kick up and then start to increase the area of rotation here. Not only that, you can also see it has a little indent to it here too. So you have kind of a little line here, and then you got an indent, and then you keep going with your line. So we look for those little indents because sometimes winds can get around the storm and begin to rotate. And this, I believe this was previously, yes, this was the one that was previously tornado warned. So they tornado warned this because of that broad area of red and green, which you clearly can see from a while ago. This is about 40 minutes ago or so. Now it's not as intense, but there's probably at least a marginal area of spinning clouds out there towards Rich Square. It is tour possible as well, so if I'm in Rich Square, I would be indoors, away from doors and windows, and close to my safe spot, just in case. Just in case. So again, if you're just tuning in, we're covering a severe risk today. The main elevated threat, so the 4-inch hail type ordeal, is for Texas. They put out an MCD earlier today for the potential of 4-inch hail. I actually don't know exactly where that was. Let me see if I can find where that MCD was, but I know it was for a fact it was in Texas. I think it was over the DFW. I don't know if my browser wants to load here. Let's see. Yeah, I think it was over Texas if we look at the mesoscale discussions here. Yeah, so I believe this one was for the potential of up to 4-inch hail. Yeah, you see 4-inch diameter hail will be possible. 2.75 to 4-inch hail will be possible. But honestly, we're not seeing any storm initiation out there. Hopefully that stays the case. They just disextended that even further, so now there's just a small tornado warning in effect for Scotland Neck. Scotland Neck, it's on your doorstep now. It is on your doorstep now. So just make sure you are in your safe spot. Typically, your safe spot's going to be a basement or a storm shelter. If you don't have either one of those, it's going to be the most interior room of your house on the lowest floor of your home. So, but typically you're going to have a basement or at least an interior room like a bathroom. Also, try to make it try to go into an interior room that doesn't have a bunch of houses and bunch of windows. You want to avoid windows, and you want to be away from doors and windows. And you want to be in the most interior room of your home. Why are these scans so delayed? Man, oh, there you go. There's a new scan. That was a nice jump there. What does gray mean? So that means there's like barely any wind. This is like 3-mile-an-hour winds, so that's an area of green trying to form. See how there was green? So that means winds going towards the radar. In this case, these pixels are about 5 to 10 miles per hour. Nothing more than that. And the gray is like 2. It's like 2. So, it just means winds going towards the radar. And, Goldsboro, North Carolina. Yeah, I mean, you're in the tornado watch for sure, so you definitely want to be weather aware. It looks like a lot of the storms are firing to your north at the moment. So if that continues to be the case, you'll probably be okay. This is the most viewers we have had in well over a year, so I greatly appreciate each and every one of you guys in here. About a fourth of y'all have hit that like. If you can, just hit it really quick, hit the like button, and share the stream with your friends, family, put it in a group chat, Facebook, wherever you can put it. That is greatly appreciated. The more people we have in here, the more people are weather aware, so there's about 400 people in this one live stream who are weather aware. Like I said, the only reason why we are really glued to this red box here is because it means there's a tornado warning. That means a tornado is imminent. Actually, we just got a considerable severe, which is what we call significant. And it is considerable for 1.75-inch hail. So, big hailstorm out here. I believe that's in the middle of nowhere of Texas. I don't think there's much population out there. That's along the 277 corridor. So, right there. You've got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 1.75-inch hail. Considerable just means that it's a higher echelon severe. So you have 3 warning criterias. We have the normal severe thunderstorm warning. We also have the considerable one, and then we have the destructive one. A normal severe, typically 60-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail. Considerable, typically 1.75-inch hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds. Could be either, could be both. And then destructive is 2.75-inch hail or greater, and 80-mile-an-hour winds or greater. Could be one, could be the other, could be both. Thank you, Truck, for subscribing. That's also another reminder, if you guys want to, you can subscribe to the channel with the notification bell set to all. Then you'll know when we go live again, because we're going to be live very frequently. Wow, I guess everybody hit the sub button at the same time. Thank you. Virginia Beach, definitely want to be, oh my word, definitely want to be weather aware. You're inside that tornado watch. The main storm to watch is off to the west towards Cortland, near Capron, Boykins. It's going to move up to the northeast towards Norfolk. So keep an eye on it, but I mean, it's probably going to miss Virginia Beach, but that's the main storm to watch in Southeast Virginia. Christina, I actually get that a lot more than you'd think, but no, I'm not related to him. He's fantastic though. Definitely one of the better people to do coverage out there. He's where I've learned a lot about weather from him. This tornado warning is looking a little bit better, unfortunately. I mean, it doesn't look like ridiculous, but it's starting to get its act together a bit more here. So you can see those greens are starting to ramp up just slightly. But we are about to have a cell merge. So remember I talked about cell merges, storms hitting other storms and then merging together. I may have to mute the sound. I don't think I've had to do that in a live stream before because we're getting so many. So I'm going to mute the sound, but it's still going to pop up. So we're gonna be watching this cell merge that occurs. We have storms going into another storm. So what this could do, one of two things. Gracious day! I don't know if I can thank all you guys for subscribing. Okay, let me Texas, Caleb, Vicky, Poet, Christiana, Truck, Billy, Riley, David. I can't get that middle name. Chris, Christine. RI is that? Thank you for subscribing. Chris. My word. Thank you guys for subscribing. Much appreciated. So again, we do have an active tornado warning. This means a tornado is imminent, or possibly even on the ground. So what we're looking at here is we're looking at a very messy line of storms here, kind of clustery. You could see the tornado warnings in effect for Scotland Neck. This only goes for about 14 more minutes, so it's not anything too over the top in terms of duration. We've already covered like 30 minutes of this. So, yeah, what I believe is going to happen is this area of rotation, or not area of rotation, but this storm to the south is going to hit the area of rotation. And like I said, one of two things could happen. It's either going to destroy the area of rotation, and this storm's probably going to start to die off, or it could actually increase the amount of rotation we have with it after it finishes that cell merge. My word. Steven, Chris, and Scott, thank you for subscribing. Much appreciated. So again, if you guys want to, you can hit the subscribe button. But the most important thing is hitting the like and sharing the stream, because that's what matters the most. It pushes us out to more people. Oh, we did just get something. We got a severe watch. We just got a new severe watch for... I guess we'll find out shortly. But the severe thunderstorm threat still continues inside areas of eastern Pennsylvania, including New York, Philadelphia as well, in Pennsylvania, Syracuse, New York. That's a new MCD for the continuation of severe weather being a possibility. If I had to guess where we got a severe watch at, the only place I can think of is probably near San Antonio. That's the only place I can think of for a new watch to be issued. We'll see that shortly. But again, we do have a tornado warning in Scotland Neck, North Carolina. Like I said, if you guys are just tuning in, which I know there's like 200 people more that have just tuned in, the main area to watch is this cluster of thunderstorms out here. All hazards will be the main concern with this, but we actually have an all hazard threat all the way from New York all the way down to southern Alabama. So we've got that level 1 threat marginal in the dark green and a level 2 threat in the yellowish here. So that's a marginal risk and a slight risk. So we're waiting for that new severe watch to come through. Honestly, I don't know where it was issued for. I'm just waiting to see. Typically, they get the graphic out pretty fast, but I mean, they did just issue it. Yes. Oh, wow. That is a big severe watch. Couple tornadoes possible. 4-inch hail likely. 75-mile-an-hour winds possible. That's for 15 million people. So we've got a secondary big threat for severe weather. Out here towards the DFW, back down towards Eagle Pass. So I believe this whole area is under a severe watch now. We'll wait for that to pop up here. But yeah, that includes Dallas, McKinney, Texas, Waco, Killeen, Austin, San Antonio is actually inside that watch. Eagle Pass, Del Rio is inside that severe watch. You'll see that pop up shortly. So that's a secondary big watch for severe weather potential. And we'll wait for that to pop up. But till it pops up, we're going to go back to our active tornado warning here, as it should expire shortly. So let's go back over to our tornado warning towards Scotland Neck. Again, we have a tornado warning active here for Halifax, North Carolina. And it doesn't look too impressive at all on both of our radar sites. It's starting to become an embedded storm. So basically there's storms to its south that are impacting its area of rotation. So this should die out. It may attempt to recycle later down the line. Still don't have that watch out yet. I'll refresh my watches just in case. Okay. And they just canceled that tornado warning, so we're still, well, we're now at a severe thunderstorm warning and not at a tornado warning. Thank you, Jared. It is a little bit out of date, and I mean quite a bit out of date. Like, I should probably get to updating that. But it is out of date, I'll admit that. So, yeah, these are now normal severes. I do believe one of these is tour possible. Actually, two of them are now. So if you guys are in either one of these severe warnings, all the way from just east of Enfield, North Carolina, back out towards the Kelford area, Woodland, southwest of Murfreesboro, North Carolina, make sure you are indoors, away from doors and windows, and stay close to your safe spot just in case we happen to see another tornado warning. And there's your big severe thunderstorm watch that just got issued out here in Texas, and I'm quite sure that said 4-inch hail likely. Okay, well, they changed it up on me. So here on their text, I'll show you guys it so that way you know I'm not lying here. Where would that be at? It would be NWS Severe. I want to show y'all this. They switch it up on me all the time. So here's your severe watch that just got issued. And you can see, let me just make sure you guys can see it. Oh, well, you can barely see. Let me do this. There you go. Softball sized hail likely. Softball is 4-inch hail. 4-inch hail likely. And you'll read the text here. 3.5-inch hail possible. They changed it up on me. What are the probs on this? Only 60-40. Honestly, I'm surprised they said 3.5-inch hail possible. That's typically that wording's like much higher. I don't even think that's a high for hail. I believe that's a moderate watch probs for the hail threat there. Well, we'll wait for it to come through. All right, let's go back to our severe storms out here. They're not that interesting, honestly. They're not that over the top. So now's a bit of a break. So if you guys could, now we finally don't have a tornado warning. I know I mentioned this a lot, but real quick. Actually, before I mention that, let me show you guys the new MCD. So here's a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center concerning our tornado watch out here. We'll just use Twitter for now, since it doesn't want to pop up. But that area, best chance for a tornado. So there you go. Like I said, just out in front of that cluster. Look at that photograph. Holy crap. So basically, long story short, that means it's a very favorable environment for tornadoes. So best chance for tornadoes out here in just north of Norfolk, for Norfolk as well. Back down towards Windsor and Elizabeth City. So that area needs to be hyper weather aware. The SPC has specifically chosen this area for the best potential of a tornado over the next couple hours. But you can see the tornado watch still continues. I mean, they're going to continue that. All hazard threat still continues here. And I'll read that once we get it. Okay, the graphic's not out, but we can read it. Multi-cells and transitional supercells persist across northeastern North Carolina, moving into southeastern Virginia. A tornado or two can't be ruled out, especially towards southeast Virginia, northeastern North Carolina, where the lower level winds are contributing to slightly larger lower level hodographs. So it depends on how cell mergers interact here, if we're going to see another tornado warning tonight or not. Sorry I haven't been thanking all y'all for subscribing. There's been so many. I appreciate it a lot. Absolutely crazy. We are rapidly approaching 6,000 subscribers. We are rapidly approaching that. Look at that. I'm going to keep that on the other monitor because we might hit that in this live stream. Gracious day, y'all. I'm saying gracious day for the amount of people in here. We are almost at 500 people inside this live stream. So again, if you guys could really fast hit the like button and share the stream. Obviously, you guys have been hitting that like button and sharing it, or we wouldn't have this many people in here. So that's you guys who are spreading the live stream here. So again, main area to watch for the rest of the day is definitely going to be these clustered storms as they progress off to the east, going towards Virginia Beach and northeastern North Carolina. We'll be watching those very, very closely. And we'll also be keeping an eye up here to isolated severe thunderstorms possible up there. And just make sure you guys are hyper weather aware if you're in any of the watches. Holy crap. Holy crap. I almost missed it. Holy crap. I'm not going to click anything. I'm not going to click anything. Holy crap. Holy crap. I almost missed it. I almost missed it. I almost missed it, dude. We gained like 10 subs in 1 second. Oh my word. That one blew up. Oh my word. Thank you guys for 6,000 subscribers. That is crazy. I can't even get it off. It won't let me remove it. Dude, stop. Let me get it. Let's go. Wow, thank you guys so much. And 500 viewers too. Oh my goodness, that's officially the most popular live stream we've ever had on the channel. Holy crap, y'all. Holy crap, thank you so much. Oh, that is so appreciated. Oh my goodness, y'all. Thank you. Thank you for everyone subscribing. I don't know who the it just went up more. I don't know who the 6,000th was, but it's Matthew could have been, Harville could have been, Gray Dude could have been, Sonic could have been, James could have been. There's so many people who could have been the 6,000 subscribers. So I greatly appreciate everyone who's in here. And yeah, like I said, we don't have any significant severes out here in North Carolina. We were watching that tornado warning, so that's, we kind of backed off from the full coverage. But just to go through these storms here, we are approaching a radar hole. Where's the Virginia Beach radar? Okay, there we go. That's a bit better. So there's nothing crazy in terms of the velocities anywhere along here. We're keeping an eye on this area. We just had a tornado warning that started cell merging. And it could ramp up again, but it's going to take at least a solid 30 minutes for it to attempt to ramp up. We're going to open another radar for Texas. I don't know if we're even going to be able to put any radar sites in Texas, because typically there's a lot of radar holes out here. Okay, well, we do have one. So this is your only significant storm. It's out here towards Comstock in Texas, so make sure you guys are in your safe spot. So if there's a considerable severe, that's called a significant severe storm, you need to be in your safe spot. This is significant for, unless they changed it, yeah, still 1.75 inch hail there. So just make sure you are in your safe spot out there. I don't know how many people are out there, so just real quick, New York City, there's a lot of rain out towards New York City. If we're not talking about your area, then that's a good thing. There's no severes in that severe watch at all. The furthest northest severe we have is out for Frederick, Maryland still. I'll just use my other monitor to get a better look at this. So yeah, this thing's falling apart fast. Frederick, yeah, you would be very unlucky if you even end up with a gust of wind. It would be very rare for you to end up with a gust of wind out of this one, because that's very weak. New York City still going to have severe weather possible for sure. So until the front pushes through, which I think the front is like way back here. So until the front pushes through, you could still have a risk for severe weather along the entirety of that risk area. I will show you the tornado warning in Quebec. Apparently, we do have a few viewers from Quebec. So the tornado warning up here in Quebec, I don't see anything impressive with it. I don't track up here that often. But just make sure you are in your safe spot. Remains in effect for 51 more minutes. It's for St. Zenon? Not too sure how to pronounce that. And as well as St. Donut. So make sure you're in your safe spot there if you're inside those tornado warnings. Pennsylvania definitely could see severe weather. The more east you are, the better chance you have for severe weather. The highest risk we have is out towards like Allentown, Reading, Lancaster, Harrisburg, Scranton. That's the highest potential. But right now, the storms don't look that impressive. So we're keeping an eye on some of these storms to attempt to redevelop. But they don't look that that good, honestly. But we'll keep an eye on that. Right, back over here to our Virginia radar site. They did just issue a new severe storm out here for Gracious Day. Walters Windsor in southeastern Virginia. You're in the severe watch, by the way, Fearless, so definitely be weather aware, but there's no imminent threat. A severe thunderstorm watch means conditions are favorable for severe storms to form, so keep an eye on it. Just watch the skies and stay weather aware. So let's go back over to our nationwide radar. So if you're just tuning in, we're covering a risk for severe storms. We have a tornado watch, which means conditions are actually favorable for tornadoes to develop out here in the purple. So this goes all the way from Fayetteville, North Carolina, all the way up through Richmond, all the way to Baltimore, Maryland, back down towards Salisbury as well. So this just means that conditions are favorable for the severe, or rather for severe storms capable of producing tornadoes. We've already had a couple tornado warnings today. I think we've had 2, maybe 3. I'm pretty sure we've had 2. Oh, actually, we did have some in Georgia earlier today. Was that in Georgia? We did have warnings in one of these states. I don't know exactly where it was. I feel like it was in near Macon, Georgia. So just make sure you are staying hyper weather aware. Also a severe watch, like I said, severe watch up here in New York, Pennsylvania. That covers, that's one of my tricky states. Is that New Jersey? It's New Jersey. It's one of the tricky states for me. So it covers all of New Jersey for that severe watch, as well as eastern Pennsylvania, most of New York, and New York's a big state. And we also have a severe watch back towards Dallas. Uh-oh. Finally, we have a storm going up towards Dallas, so these might start to increase. You're all good, Dan. Yeah, it's not like you're going to get banned for it. Unless you're spamming. Spamming's like the main thing, honestly. Because it clutters up the chat. Missouri's clear. Should be, actually. I'll check. Yeah, Missouri's... Oh, whoa. Where did that come from? That was definitely not expected, because that's a general thunderstorm risk. Yeah, so if you're out in this severe, south of Fulton, make sure you are indoors away from doors and windows. You said you're in St. Charles, Missouri? You should be okay, but yeah, honestly, you may want to watch out for a severe storm that could head your way. So do keep an eye on that. Windsor? Is it Windsor? Like that? Windsor, not Windsor. Windsor. Yeah, I live in Virginia, but I'm still not good at pronouncing town names, no matter what. I'm just not good at all at that. I try, but pretty much every time I fail. So we still have a significant severe thunderstorm warning out here in just north of Lakeview in Texas. That's where we are, Texas. So make sure you are in your safe spot. We just hit 250 likes, which is absolutely insane. So if you guys could hit the like button, that matters a lot because it pushes us out to more people, and share the stream with your family, friends, social media. There is millions of people under the gun for severe weather today. We have about 100, I think it was 116 million under the threat for severe weather today. Under the highest tornado chances, there's 24 million under that 5%, an additional 50 million under the 2% tornado risk. This includes very populated areas in the 5% risk, like Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Baltimore, Maryland, Washington, D.C., Virginia Beach, Norfolk. Inside that 2%, we've got New York City, San Antonio, Texas, Dallas, Austin, Fort Worth. You also have more populated areas as well. Raleigh's in the 2%, Charlotte, North Carolina, Columbia, South Carolina, Atlanta, Georgia is on the edge of that 2% too. So big risk today. Again, just to zoom out, show you guys where the main risk area is. So just make sure you are staying weather aware if you're in any watches. The watches, of course, mean watch out for the potential of severe weather. And just to go through our severes, again, we're watching a storm towards Dallas, but that's not severe. We have a significant severe thunderstorms up here towards Comstock in southwestern Texas. So just make sure you are in your safe spot there. We have severe storms up in southeastern Virginia and as well as in northeastern North Carolina. If we're going to see another tornado today or another tornado warning, it's probably going to come out of one of these storms here moving up to the northeast. So just an early heads up, there's a bit of a locally better chance for a tornado all the way from, where these severes are now towards like the Greenville area up towards Murfreesboro, North Carolina, all the way up to Norfolk, Virginia Beach, Virginia, back down south towards Columbia, North Carolina. So we'll watch as those move up to the northeast here. I did see someone say something about Texas. Yeah, Central Texas, it's very iffy on what you're going to see out there. Main threat by a milestone is hail. You live in Texas, so I'm sure you're used to that. Today could have up to 4-inch hail. That's where our main hail risk is today. More concentrated out towards Killeen, Waco, up towards Dallas and Athens. Waco, like I said, Texas. But, I mean, if you're anywhere inside that marginal risk, more specifically inside the slight risk, which is that yellow area, up to, like I said, up to 4-inch hail out there. Absolutely crazy. Absolutely insane. So, we're going to continue to watch this as it moves off to the southeast. We just got a considerable severe now in Texas again. Do I need another radar site for that, or does this radar cover it? So this is probably for hail. Yep, 1.75-inch hail yet again out here. This one's going to be south of Hunt, Texas for Mendedia, if that's how you say it. I'm very confident that's dead wrong. So we will continue to keep an eye on that. Link for memberships. Bear with me whilst I grab that. They love to hide it. It's literally hidden away. So I have to go through like 6 settings just to find it. I believe this is it. Let's see if that's it. Yes. So if you want to, there's the members. It's in the chat now. That link. You don't have to at all. That's just supporting the channel more. Like I said, just being here for, even if it's a second, really supports the channel. How long is the tornado threat going to last for Southeast Virginia? The main line by far is this area here. So if you're towards Norfolk, Virginia Beach, your threat's going to probably be in about an hour. So you're looking at from like 6 o'clock to probably near 7. I'll quickly check for you. Basically, once these storms go offshore, you're good. That's really it. So once they pass, you're good. Yeah, so about looks like 6:30 to 7:30 is probably your main threat. Once they arrive, till they get offshore. So it depends on where you are. So severe weather is still possible behind this. So, if you're back out in this area, severe weather is still possible. But the tornado threat should be concentrated to these few storms here. Thank you for the area. I'll look at that really fast. Okay, see, so that severe storm's going to get to you in... Oh, that's tornado possible now. So that's going to get to you in about probably 30 minutes or so. And once that passes, you should be good to go. That is really going to... That looks like it's really trying in there, honestly. That looks like it's really trying. 2 little areas to watch on this. We have a little area here and a little area up here just for the potential of maybe an area of rotation to try to spark up. But I don't see anything that looks imminent at all. If there was an imminent tornado, we would have a tornado warning. But that does look interesting. Philly. So Philly is going to have a late threat. You're getting some rain showers right now. But your main threat should be later on today, closer to 7. Closer to 7 o'clock. If I had to guess, it's probably going to come from that storm in Maryland. Yeah. So it's your main threat's probably going to be that storm as it moves close to Philly, but it's very isolated. It's a very isolated severe threat, basically meaning, literally somebody 10 minutes to the north may get absolutely nothing, and then you could get, a gusty wind of like 20 to 30. And then, out here in North Carolina, we've already had tornado warnings. I don't believe we've had any tornadoes, but we've had tornado warnings. They're not expected to be strong at all. No. So we'll keep an eye on that. But yeah. Lakeisha, thank you for becoming an EF2 member. I know you've been trying to find a link forever, so thank you for supporting the channel more than you already do. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you for becoming a member. Finally. That's what you said. Yeah, you found the link. Abilene, Texas. I don't know if you're inside that risk or not. You're good. You're in a marginal level 1, so I'd monitor for the potential of isolated thunderstorms, but you should be good. I think you'll be perfectly fine. It's very... all these threats are very conditional, so it's not like a big line. Like yesterday was... I think they're going to confirm that as a derecho. Yesterday we had a line that tracked from Tennessee and then just continued to strengthen all the way to like North Carolina, and then eventually it started to weaken as it moved offshore. But that was a big line of significant severe weather yesterday that me and Lucky chased, and we got towards like Blacksburg, Virginia. But yeah, it's not like that. It isn't like that. Like I said, some people may see absolutely nothing, and some people may see big hail. Let's see here. All right, let's go back up to Maryland here. So you're in Leonardtown. You don't have any imminent thunderstorms from what I can tell. Maybe just some rain showers. Where's the radar site out here? Where's your radar? Do you not have a radar? Yikes. Yeah, I don't see any thunderstorms right now. Maybe some rain showers. It's very isolated. I don't think that area is going to be in a higher risk for storms. Rain with a bit of isolated gusty winds will probably be the main concern there. Like I said, the main area in this whole watch looks to be here. That's like your main area. So we've got the main area further south, and then this one storm in Maryland that's formed. So those are the areas to watch the most. New Bern, I think you'll be okay. You're on the coast. You just went through some rain. Still some isolated thunderstorms tonight, but I don't think you'll be in the main risk. Oops, that was a fail. It was a big fail right there. Thank you for subscribing. Much appreciated, Thomas. I know I've missed a lot of you guys. Sterling, honestly, I think you're completely fine. Isolated rain showers, but I think you'll be perfectly fine. Ooh, we got a Texas not Texas zip code, but a Texas town here. Yeah, you definitely want to watch out. There's a lot of thunderstorms developing off to your west. Those are going to move into your general direction. I don't know which one's going to be the strongest storm out of them. Probably the southern one. But if these intensify, they could have up to 4-inch hail with them, which would be absolutely crazy. So it's Texas. Just watch out for that massive hail. Big hail. Let's go back to... I don't think we need this Raleigh site anymore. Yeah, there's a few areas to keep an eye on over here in Virginia and North Carolina, but I don't see any areas that are really sticking out for rotation. So Maryland, the main threat is going to be this one storm that's going to track probably just north of Baltimore. Threats with that should be mainly damaging winds and very small hail. You're welcome. Thank you for tuning in. Greatly appreciated. I'm glad to have you guys all in here for another stream. And Temple, Texas, yeah, big hail again. Big hail again. So just, uh-oh. Okay. That is a very pressing didn't matter. Y'all need to listen up. You ready? We're gonna get a notification shortly. You'll hear a beep. Don't let it scare you. Oh, Lord. Jeez, that is in a radar hole, but yeah, you'll hear that beep at any given second once that warning comes through. That's not it. that is, oh, there it is.
Tornado warning for northeastern Pitt County in eastern North Carolina, central Martin County in eastern North Carolina, Martin and Pitt County in North Carolina.
Well, thank you for becoming a member. Much appreciated, Musgrove. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciated. But there's your tornado warning. We just got a tornado warning here, and it's in a radar hole, so we can't track it too well. But you can see that this is definitely starting to rotate towards Robertsonville. Williamston, that's populated for sure. So here's your area rotation. You can see the blue and the red, so it's probably a decent area of rotation. I did see that before, but you know, it was impossible to tell if it's actually rotating because of how far the radar is. This is probably radar indicated, and yeah, it's radar indicated rotation. So this is an imminent tornado out here. The National Weather Service has gone ahead and issued a tornado warning for portions of far eastern North Carolina. That's out there towards Robertsonville and Williamston, so seek shelter immediately. That's got to be for quite the population. So if you know anybody out there, you can send them to the stream. If you don't want to, that's fine. Just please let them know that they're in a tornado warning. 15,542 people, 10 schools and 1 hospital. Hazel, Hamilton, Robertsonville, Williamston, and Jamesville, North Carolina, all inside that new tornado warning. That's in eastern North Carolina. So tornado warning means a tornado is imminent or possibly even on the ground. So tornadoes imminent or possibly even on the ground out here in that red box area. Let me go back over here. I'm going to briefly, you know, you guys can obviously see that tornado warning, but I'm going to briefly check the current observations just to see how favorable this environment is. Very, very favorable. If it was a bit more south, it'd be in the most favorable environment, but this is in a solid environment for a tornado potential. It looks like the environment is a little bit worse further north. So these storms might not have another chance at doing something. But this southern one is definitely going to have an opportunity to attempt to produce down a tornado, which is why they've tornado warned it. There is 4,000 instability. So to put that in perspective, typically we look for 1,000 instability or greater for thunderstorms and severe thunderstorms to fire. We are at 4,000 instability in eastern North Carolina. So that's why these storms are severe. And they'll probably stay severe until they eventually get out into the ocean. And then they're going to be the fish's problem. Thank you for subscribing, Chris, Tyler. I'm sorry I've missed so many of you guys. Thank you guys all for subscribing. There's been so many of you guys subscribing. It's greatly appreciated. See, another one. Thank you. Thank you so much. That is greatly, greatly appreciated. So again, we have an imminent tornado out here in Robertsonville and just northwest of Beargrass in North Carolina. Ooh, that is getting pretty strong. So this might be corruption. What that means is the radar is so far, basically why it's corruption, I should say. The radar is so far from the storm here. We're looking 7,000 feet up into the atmosphere. So if there was a tornado on the ground, in order for us to see it from reflectivity and from this particular radar site, it would have to be a very strong tornado for us to see it. So we are most likely not going to see a tornado if it touches down here from the radar. So that's why you need to be in your safe spot now. Don't wait for, confirmation of a tornado on the ground, because a tornado warning means a tornado's imminent or possibly even on the ground. The difference between a watch and a warning, for those who may not know, sometimes I know people can get confused. A warning means that threat is imminent, if not ongoing. And a watch means conditions are favorable for whatever threats are mentioned. So inside our tornado watch here, I don't know exactly. Let me look at exactly what threats they talk about in this particular watch. So this purple watch, they say a couple tornadoes, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and 1.5-inch hail are all possible. And then, of course, further west here in this watch, they say 70-mile-an-hour winds possible. A tornado can't be completely ruled out, but main threat here is 4-inch hail out here in Texas. If you get a chance, can you explain more about the rotation on the radar? Okay, gladly. So this is a bit corruption, like I said, so it may not be this strong. This is indicating a very strong area of rotation. So I really hope it's lying. I really hope it's lying. But basically, where's our radar located? So our radar's all the way up here in Wakefield, Virginia. You can see how far we are. So these greens are winds going towards the radar, and the red is winds going away from the radar. So winds rotating around the storm. So your velocities indicate the winds and how strong the winds are, and when you have both of the colors together, typically it's going to indicate an area of rotation, which is what you see here. So this is, like I said, pretty strong. Like, if this is actually correct, which I believe it's somewhat corruption, aka a bit of a bad radar scan, this is about 100-mile-an-hour rotation, 7,000 feet above the ground here. So that's why they tornado warned this, because it is a very decent area of rotation. I don't want to say it's a strong area of rotation, because like I said, it seems like we're decently far from the radar, so we're scanning higher up. But that is definitely an area of rotation. It's just hard to tell exactly how strong it is. So if you're just tuning in, we have an imminent tornado. A tornado warning is in place out here in Williamston, Robertsonville, in North Carolina. So if you're in this warning, please seek shelter immediately. And also, like I said, a tornado warning means a tornado is imminent or possibly even on the ground. We have hit a milestone I never thought I would ever see in years. We are at 605 people watching. That is absurd. That is a lot of people. That's a lot of people. So again, we have an active tornado warning out here in Robertsonville. Please seek shelter immediately. I know not everyone lives in that polygon, so just a heads up. We are watching the potential for some severe storms out here. We've got 2 severe warnings. They're low end, so they're nothing like over the top. But severe weather is going to be possible all the way from, you can see the green up here in Iowa, all the way up here in New York, all the way down to even off your screen, if I go and show you, all the way back up towards Oklahoma. So, like I said, this risk is more of a populated risk, and not so much of a high-end risk. The main issue is the potential for 4-inch hail in Texas, which was not expected, at least for me. But we also have, like I said, the potential for tornadoes out here. This is this storm is like rotating a few different spots. So these aren't strong by any means, but these could try to ramp up in the future. That one is getting... I hope that radar is lying, because that is a really good area of rotation. Let me look at the other radars. They're far away. Lord have mercy. That is even stronger. I don't think this radar is lying, because we have 3 radar sites that show this. Let me move the Raleigh radar to the... I don't know what this is. The Morehead City radar. The closest radar is... Let's see. That's 81 miles away. This one is... Let's see... Is this one closer? 70 miles away. So this one's actually a closer radar site. And look at that really intense area of rotation. So you have winds rapidly soaring out from the south, moving up to the north. Yeah. So you have really strong winds going this way and really strong winds going this way, which is an area of rotation that is very much present here in Williamston. So this is an imminent tornado out here going towards Williamston, North Carolina. Please seek shelter immediately. Immediately seek shelter. Man. So that is an imminent tornado once again. And this could weaken at any given moment. Like, this could weaken at any second. But when you see an area of rotation like that, that is definitely very, very concerning. So please be in your safe spot right now. Again, I know some people don't know where we're looking. I try to say this every once in a while. This is going towards Williamston in North Carolina, where we have a tornado warning active. A tornado warning means a tornado is imminent or possibly even on the ground. So think of, when we say a tornado is possibly on the ground, the reason why we say that is because the National Weather Service may not be right there. Right when a tornado touches down, they're not going to instantly confirm it. It could be not confirmed for a minute or two, and then they'll confirm it. So it's going to, it could take a while. We've even had tornadoes on the ground for, unfortunately, like 10, 15 minutes unconfirmed, and then eventually it gets confirmed by the National Weather Service, and eventually they see it and they can validate it. So they don't always confirm the tornadoes as they're ongoing, because sometimes they don't see them. I mean, you're not going to see every single tornado on radar. So again, this is out in Williamston, North Carolina, for those just joining, where a tornado is imminent. Everywhere else that is in a severe, you can see it down here. Oh my word, I'm going to need a bigger list. So all these other severes are normal. None of them have a C next to them. If they have a C next to them, they're significant. C stands for considerable, but a considerable severe is considered significant severe weather. So we have normal severes in North Carolina, Virginia, Iowa, Missouri, Texas, Georgia. There's none in New York currently. So make sure you are in your safe spot again. And if you are in Williamston, North Carolina. So that area rotation did break up just a bit. You can see how rapidly this developed, and it is breaking down just a little bit more, but still a very clear area of red and green. So once again, this means that winds are going away from the radar, and the green means winds are going towards the radar. So we have a area of rotation, a very quite strong area of rotation right here, just to the east of Robertsonville, North Carolina, heading towards Williamston, North Carolina. And like I said, if this is on the ground, there's a good chance we won't be able to see it from radar. Typically, we look on this. This is called the correlation coefficient. In order for us to see if there's a tornado on the ground, we have to be a certain distance away from the radar and close to the radar as well. Typically, you want to be 10 miles away from the radar, and between 10 and, I think it's between 10 and like 60 is a good amount of radar coverage there. And this is 75 miles away. So long story short, if we were to see a debris ball on here, you'd see blue. You would see blue, and it would have to be a very strong tornado. So if we did see blue on this particular storm, on this particular scan, it would be a strong tornado on the ground. But we don't see any blue. We don't even see any correlation here. If you're wondering what this is hail. So there's hail behind the area of rotation more to the north. So you've got an area of rotation here, and you've got a hail core back up in this area. If there is a tornado on the ground, it's also very rain wrapped. So I doubt, even if there were chasers here, I doubt that there would even be anyone able to see this. So just make sure you're in your safe spot, because this could be on the ground, and we have no idea. We would have no idea if this would be on the ground or not. So this is going right for Williamstown, North Carolina. It is our only tornado warning active. I know we had somebody from this general area, Hampton, Smithfield, Carrollton, Newport News. This is just north of Norfolk, Virginia. You guys are all in severe warnings now. Smithfield, Rushmere, even back towards what just got issued. A lot of people under a warning there for 60-mile-an-hour winds and 0.75-inch hail. This is in North Carolina, Williamston. So I know you have a friend in Raleigh. Raleigh's way back here. Raleigh's in the clear. Maybe some rain showers later today, but the main severe weather is now going off to the east here. So again, there's your area of rotation. If you wonder what I switched to, so this shows how heavy the precipitation is. Once you get towards pink, typically that's going to be smaller hail. Dark red is like very heavy rain. Pink is either extremely heavy rainfall or hail. Then I'm switching to this product to see the velocities, the winds inside the storm. So I can still see there's winds going away and winds going towards the radar. That indicates, at least now, it's not as intense, but still an area of rotation present. This is NROT, which shows the strength of the rotation. You can see we got 2 yellow here. So the higher the NROT, the stronger the rotation. I've seen up to 3.5 NROT. The scan 2 scans ago, so about 5-6 minutes ago, had 1.5 NROT, which is a decent strong area of rotation. That's into yellow pixels. And you can see now it's starting to dissipate, so the area of rotation has weakened. And then the final product I look at is correlation coefficient. This is a tricky product. You can easily mistaken things for tornadoes or hail or contamination. So this is a very tricky product to use. But this is all hail back here. Everything up here is contamination most likely. And if there was a tornado on the ground, like I said, we would be seeing at least light green, if not dark blue, out in this general area here. And if we did have it, then, it would be a strong tornado on the ground. So just make sure you are in your safe spot. Again, Williamston, North Carolina, that tornado warning remains in effect for 14 more minutes. So after 14 more minutes, we'll go and look through all of our other storms, and we'll see what's going on with every other cell as well. So if you know anyone in Williamston, North Carolina, you can share them the stream. If you don't want to share the stream, at least just send them a text to make sure they're in their safe spot, just in case this does have a tornado with it. Remember, a radar-indicated tornado warning means a tornado is imminent or possibly even on the ground. So make sure you are in your safe spot right now. Let's see. Switch back to that new scan. Yeah, so I don't think that's a strong area anymore, if it ever was even a strong area of rotation. Just briefly looking at our other cells there. So we're just going to stay on this active tornado warning for, once again, Robertsonville, as well as Williamston, North Carolina. That storm in Maryland is sub-severe, so we no longer have any severe warnings in New York, Pennsylvania, Delaware, New Jersey, Maryland. We only have one in Virginia. That's southeastern Virginia, just to the northwest of Norfolk, for all the way from Smithfield up towards Hampton for that severe storm. And then, of course, we have these severe storms and this tornado warning here in North Carolina. So a severe warning means that you need to be indoors, away from doors and windows. If you're inside this tornado warning, it means a tornado is imminent or possibly even on the ground. So just make sure you are in your safe spot there. Hail in Texas. Yeah, there's one solid hail core at the moment. That one's going towards man. I don't even know how to pronounce that town name. It's southwest of Kerrville, Texas. And that actually might have greater than 1.25 inch hail. It's warned for $50 sized hail, but it might even be greater than that. Hamden. I recognize that town name. Virginia. They'll be fine. Just tell them to stay away from doors and windows and make sure they're inside, and they'll be perfectly fine. We're looking at the winds. I've got it on my other monitor. I just see a wind threat. I don't think there's any tornado threat there. Ingredients are favorable for tornadoes, but I don't think it's going to occur. I don't think it's going to rotate at all. But just keep an eye on it. It's possible, Tail. Yeah, we've got the risk in place out there. But I don't think that's the highest threat. The threat up there in PA is probably mainly wind. We just got another severe. This one's going to be to the east of Richmond. For the, let's see, Woods Crossroads area. Which is, I don't know if that's even a populated area. Thank you for subscribing. Much appreciated. But that is southeast of West Point, Virginia. In far eastern Virginia. So we'll continue to monitor that. And just make sure you are in your safe spot if you're inside this tornado warning. So you can see before we had very intense winds. I mean, that was a really decent area of rotation. Now that's breaking apart. So if you're in Williamston, just make sure you're in your safe spot, but know that the area of rotation seems to be breaking up at the moment. Probably a decent hail core forming back here. I don't know what this is warned for. Probably about an inch. Yeah, 1 inch hail. So we could have up to about 1 inch hail here going towards Williamston as well. So just note that. Note that if you're in this tornado warning, it could have some decent sized hail with it. This is the one in Texas that I think might have pretty large hail with it, which again is north of Vanderpool, Texas. Here's another look at this storm from a different radar site, which again shows the area of rotation breaking up over Williamston. So I do believe that is starting to weaken quite rapidly. All right, do I have any other radar? Oh, wow. This tiny storm over Dallas is producing 1.75 inch hail. That is something. So that's now a significant severe, also known as considerable. So that is actually very impressive for a tiny storm. Warned for 1.75 inch hail and 60 mile-an-hour winds out here in Dallas pointing south. All right, let's get our other... Nope, not that one. This one. Yeah, like I said, those red and greens aren't close to each other anymore, so this might not be an imminent tornado, but there's still a tornado warning in place, so, you know, just in case, make sure you're in your safe spot. Make sure you are in your safe spot. Well, thank you for tuning in, Christian. Much appreciated. Glad to see you in here. A threat for Northeast New Jersey seems pretty much stable out now. Well, that's good. You said New Jersey. Yeah, I think a few damaging wind events may occur. And some rain, but honestly, I don't see much potential in the Northeast risk for severe weather. So if you're up here, you know, make sure you're still hyper weather aware just in case. If you're anywhere up in this area, we could easily see a severe storm pop out of nowhere. The main cell at the moment is most likely this one west of Baltimore, Maryland, and maybe one of these in Pennsylvania, but I mean, they're not severe, so I don't think you'll see too much if you're up here. If you're anywhere inside this region here, it should just be mainly rain showers with rumbles of thunder. But just know that ingredients do support damaging winds and small to isolated large hail, as well as a brief tornado. So if something could get going, it might be able to produce some of those hazards. Let's see. Okay, they did just extend that severe now towards just west of Elizabeth City. Is it tour possible? Yes, it is. So if you're in this severe, in Sunbury, Gatesville, Center Hill, North Carolina, Hereford, South Mills, make sure you are close to your safe spot and away from doors and windows. That also goes all the way further south, too. Look at that. That goes all the way down towards almost Williamston. Let's see here. So Dallas, there's probably a lot of thunder, and actually this is going through downtown Dallas, so you probably got some hail out there in Dallas if you're in downtown. So again, we do have a tornado warning for just a couple more minutes. Let me see how much longer this is active. 7 more minutes. So 7 more minutes. We've got a tornado warning in effect here over Williamston. And that is North Carolina. So that's the far southern edge of this line. So make sure you're in your safe spot if you are inside that active tornado warning. Just briefly going to go up here. Like I said, mainly a wind threat. This is going towards Newport News and Hampton. Just make sure you guys are indoors, away from doors and windows. You'll be perfectly fine. So if this is still rotating, the National Weather Service will issue a new warning. Regardless, we'll keep an eye on it. But you know, if they're going to issue a warning, they're going to issue it like now, because this is going to start going towards the outside the warned area. Quite surprised they've kept most of that watch in place right now. That tornado watch goes for another 5 hours and 21 minutes. So that goes all the way until 11 o'clock tonight Eastern time. If you're in this purple area here, that is a tornado watch. The highest chance for a tornado is in North Carolina, definitely is up here. Right now we have that tornado warning, which means the tornado's imminent in place. But this storm's still going to continue off to the east, northeast until eventually it gets towards the shoreline. And then, you know, like I said, it'll be the fishies problems then. We do have more storms firing back towards Rocky Mount, Roanoke Rapids. But I just don't see anything with them. So I see why they kept that watch, but long story short, these storms have moved through that environment. They've taken up nearly every single bit of ingredients, and these are just rain showers behind it. Williamston, looks like the area rotation is attempting to get its act back together here. But it's still, you know, for this to become another imminent tornado like it was moments ago, those greens and reds are going to have to get much, much closer. They're going to have to be much closer. Thank you for, I assume, subscribing. Yep, thank you for subscribing. That's a big name. And, yeah, thank you guys for 400 likes as well. I just saw that. Go over here real quick. There we go. So the significant severe at the moment is in Dallas, pointing south. We do have another significant severe. Is that for Georgia? Oh, yeah, we have a 2-inch severe thunderstorm warning. Let me see where that is. That is for Ashburn, Georgia. So if you're in Ashburn, Georgia, see where that's located there. That is a significant severe for 2-inch hail. So that kind of came out of nowhere. Back to the tornado warning once again. Oh, that is further south. It expires in 3 more minutes. So in 3 minutes, we should be without a tornado warning. Unless they issue this again, which I don't believe they will, but we'll see. So we're watching this area of green, which is winds going towards the radar, and red, winds going away from the radar. If those tighten up at all, then this thing's going to be rotating. If they just stay broad like that, it could still tighten up in the near future, as this is a favorable environment. As such, they've issued a TOR possible severe thunderstorm warning all the way out to Columbia, North Carolina. So this one's also TOR possible. So if you're anywhere along this line, make sure you are close to your safe spot. You're away from doors and windows and close to your safe spot, just in case we see a warning anywhere along that line. Let's go back over here to... Not that one. Not that one. No, let's just go back to this one and then look... Well, this one's North Carolina. Honestly, I don't think we'll have this one open for much longer. We'll keep it up here on the tornado warning until that expires. This is the one I wanted to look for. Yeah, so these storms are weakening at least a little bit. They're still maintaining severe strength for mainly wind. So, you know, if you're in any of these yellow boxes here, I don't believe either one of these are TOR possible. I'll briefly check. Yeah, so if you're in this one, it's warned for 0.75-inch hail as well as 60-mile-an-hour winds. And if you're in this yellow box here in Virginia, you're in a severe for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. We are about 60 seconds away from losing our tornado warning. Shoot.
Tornado warning for Washington County in eastern North Carolina, southeastern Martin County in eastern North Carolina, Martin, and Washington County in North Carolina.
Just had to say something, huh? So they have decided to continue that tornado warning. Seems like this is still a very tornadic area of rotation, and that's probably what warranted it. That newest scan, um, the red and green are close, but I don't know. I'm not sure. But it's tornado warned still, so just make sure you are in your safe spot. This is now going towards Plymouth. Plymouth, well to the west of Columbia, North Carolina. So we are at another tornado warning now for 31 more minutes. Now 30 minutes. So, yay. So make sure you are in your safe spot if you're in that warning. They just canceled the one in Williamston. So if we didn't get this extension, we would be tornado warning list right now. But because of that, we have a tornado warning. We did receive a extension, unfortunately. Okay. Just checking something, y'all. I think Maryland's pretty good, honestly. Thank you for becoming a member, Bill. Much appreciated. Yeah, you're in the watch. Wait. Yeah, you are in the watch, so I'd keep an eye out just in case. But you should be fine, honestly. Just stay weather aware just in case. Because you are in the watch, like I said. So if you guys could, make sure you hit that like button, share the stream. Those are the two most important things. If you want to, you can subscribe. It's greatly appreciated. But the most important thing, is hitting that like button and sharing the stream. What the heck is this? Wow. Jeez. That is crazy. Okay, let me think. How many days is that? Is that a week? 19th, 20th, 21st, 22nd, 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th. Yeah, so over the last 7 days, get ready for some wild numbers. Over the last 7 days, we've had over 180 tornado reports, over 2,600 wind reports, over 1,200 hail reports, and unfortunately, very unfortunate, we've had over 30 fatalities as well as 400 injuries. Absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. That is absolutely absurd. My word. And keep in mind, a lot more is still going to be surveyed. A lot more is still going to be surveyed. I don't think we'll have like a bunch more. I think we're going to have like a bunch more tornadoes surveyed, but I mean, that's absurd. Absolutely crazy. So again, we do have a tornado warning in effect for Williamston yet again. So Williamston, you still need to be in your safe spot here in North Carolina. Imminent tornado is still in place. This also includes Jamesville, as well as Plymouth, and Mackey's. Mackey's out here in North Carolina. Yeah, GR2 analysis is the radar program. The radar site is Wakefield, Virginia. But the program's GR2 analysis. This is Radar Omega. Right here. I have that on my other monitor. So that way I can fly around and look at all the other storms. Uh-oh. I'm going to keep that radar site on Dawson, Georgia. That looks interesting in Dawson, Georgia. I'm waiting to see if they disextend the watch here. They're yet to. So we'll just monitor it and I'll let y'all know. How do you get the so Radar Mega, you just pay for it. On phone, I think it's like $8 one time, but I have the subscriptions and all that stuff. GR2 analysis is a one-time payment, so even though it's advanced, it's one of the not as expensive options. But I mean, it's still a lot. $250 one time. That's still a lot for a radar. Let me go back over here. Okay, so again, we do have a tornado warning in place here. Out here in Jamesville, Williamston, Plymouth. Like I said, just make sure you are in your safe spot. A tornado warning means a tornado is imminent or possibly even on the ground. So make sure you are seeking shelter. GR Earth. I just looked up GR Earth and then got it. That is a subscription as well. It doesn't show much of anything for a lock, actually. And the main difference between Omega and GR2, there's quite a few ones. There's a few. GR2 is a lot less buggy. It runs a lot smoother. It has a lot more analysis to it. It's more of a meteorological radar site, more for advanced people for radars and all that stuff. Radar Omega is more of your basic radar site. It's definitely good, but I don't think it will ever be as good as GR2 in my opinion. GR2 is analysis. GR2 is analysis. But if I had to point out like the key difference between the two, that's what it would be. GR2 is more analysis and more, not as much data usage. Smoother, yeah, what Mike said. And the Radar Omega is more hefty on the usage, as well as, I mean, they both have their ups and downs. That's why I run both of them. On Radar Omega, I go looking for little areas of rotation, and then if it's notable, I will pull out GR2 and see if it's good enough to, possibly be tornadic. Radar scopes for chasing. I use radar scope for chasing. Thank you for subscribing. Much appreciated. So again, we're just watching this general area of potential rotation. I don't see anything notable, to be honest. Honestly, I'm not too sure why they continued it. Of course, they're gonna, if they see something, they're gonna warn it. So I'm not against the warning. It's always better safe than sorry. But I don't see anything that is over the top. Let's see here. Do you use NROT? I sure do. NROT, basically, I just use that to confirm if there's an area rotation or not. I don't really use that too much. I mean, I use it every single live stream. It's just kind of like a second opinion, almost. Wow, I'm the main show for Isabel. That's something. That is something. Didn't pop up another YouTube video. You stayed here. I want to go back to Dallas, because you're still in a considerable severe. Out here in Crotchet Hill, just south of Dallas. Dallas is right there inside that. So technically Dallas is in it. Just make sure that you are... make sure you are in your safe spot, because that's some big hail. 1.75 inch hail. I just noticed that, actually, Michael. I've been watching that storm for a while. They put another Tor possible on that. That's an old radar scan. I could tell. I was like, that's old. So I believe if this is rotating again, it's going to be on the far southern extent, right here. So if it is rotating, I believe that's where it would be. And like I said, the velocities just aren't really there. So just keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on it, just in case. Never know. Also, there is a Tor possible severe now in Mount Airy, as well as Taylorsville, west of Eldersburg, here in Maryland. So if you are up there, I'll show it real quick. So there's your Tor possible severe, well to the northwest of Baltimore. It's warned for the potential of a tornado, as well as 60-mile-an-hour winds and 0.75 inch hail. So the main precaution with that should just be stay away from doors and windows and stay close to your safe spot. Those are the two main precautions. And now if you're out here in, let's see, where's this warning at? Okay, yeah, Jamesville still, Williamston, Jamesville, North Carolina. Make sure you are still in your safe spot. This tornado warning goes for another 21 more minutes, so it's still quite the long duration warning. So this is officially our most viewed live stream on the channel. Now, I did clean up the channel, and we did delete a live stream with almost 17,000 views. I'm confident we will destroy that. I'm confident we will destroy that thanks to you guys supporting this live stream a lot. We are past 400 likes now, kind of coming up on 450, and yeah, it's greatly appreciated. Is it better on Omega to be, let me look, to look a bit farther away from the storm? So we can use Radar Omega's tools here to show you. So a good viewing on Radar Omega, for actually radar, any radar site at all, any radar site at all, is about 65 miles. So within this blue radius, generally about 65 to 70 miles. That should be good radar data. But if you mean like zoomed out like this, no. It's best to be, you know, looking kind of closer to the storm. You don't want to be looking way up here because then you can't see the details. So you want to look closer. You want to look closer here. There's only one severe in Missouri. That's why we're not talking much about it. But Owensville, just make sure you're indoors, away from doors and windows. That's it. I mean, that's the only thing. It's not much in Missouri. Yeah, so anything more than 65 miles and you're going to be hitting corruption or bad radar data. You're looking too high up into the storm. Which this is a perfect radar hole here in northeast, or rather, east central North Carolina. It is a pretty much perfect radar hole. You can see we have a radar over here, we have one up here, and we have one up here. So there's a pretty much perfect radar hole right where these tornadic storms are. East Tennessee, you're good. You're good. I'm pretty sure you have an isolated thunderstorm, pretty much rain shower with maybe a rumble of thunder. That's it. But you're pretty much good. Thankfully, our tornado threat is a whole lot more localized at the moment. Again, we have a tornado risk all the way from New York down to Georgia, and then a secondary one out here, or Alabama, Georgia, and then a secondary one out here in Texas. But so far, our main tornado threat has really been localized to this general vicinity here. A bit of a flash warning as the radar just goes back. So our first tornado warning, at least in the watch area, was this one up here more north. And like I said, this has really been where our main severe threat has been. And you can see this is going into more of a line. See how it's starting to bow out like that? So that means the tornado threat should be decreasing. The highest tornado threat on a line is typically the northern edge and the southern edge. This isn't a very well-defined line, so it's most likely the southern edge that's the greatest tornado threat. Hence why we have a tornado warning out here for Plymouth, Williamston, and Jamesville for the next 17 minutes in eastern North Carolina. I do want to see that northern line, though. I do want to see it. Yeah, nothing. No velocities. No velocities at all. So this stuff shouldn't be tornadic. Still wouldn't fully rule out a brief tornado with it. It's tor possible, so still if you're inside that severe... Ooh, they just updated it. It's still tor possible. So just make sure you are close to your safe spot just in case. Looks like an outflow boundary, possibly. Most likely an outflow boundary, unless that's a retreating dry line, which would not make sense with the location that it's at. That is going to be an outflow boundary, yes. So that's an outflow boundary. That could initiate some more thunderstorms. We see that often. We actually see that more often than not, where outflow boundaries initiate more thunderstorm development. So we'll keep an eye on that. Never know, but I don't think that's going to be I don't think it will be a severe threat there. So once again, we're keeping an eye out for any solitary rotation. I mean, like I said, I really just don't see it on this. I really just don't see much at all. It's still warned, so just make sure you're in your safe spot. You'll be fine. You should be fine. Just make sure you're in your safe spot. Again, this is in Eastern North Carolina for Jamesville. We have a tornado warning for 15 minutes, which means a tornado is imminent or possibly even on the ground. I do want to check. Okay. That one in southern Georgia is now considerable for 70-mile-an-hour winds. You know what? That is going to probably quickly become an issue. We are going to pull an analysis radar down there. Let's see. I guess we'll just have to go with the Wakefield one. So we are going to pull this to Georgia because this could quickly become an issue. So there's a broad area of interesting velocities. I don't think that it is a strong enough to be tornadic. But regardless, there is the potential for 70-mile-an-hour winds as well as 2-inch hail here. So if you're in Rebecca, Queensland, is that Fitzgerald? In South Central Georgia, make sure you are in your safe spot. There is nothing tornadic with this at the moment. The reason why you should be in your safe spot is because this has 70-mile-an-hour winds and 2-inch hail. So worst case scenario, there could be 2-inch hail flying at 70 miles per hour. That's a worst case scenario for this storm. But most likely you're going to get gusts, probably, honestly, near close to 40 or 30. Typically, when we have a warning for 70-mile-an-hour winds, the majority of that warning is not going to have 70-mile-an-hour winds. But the high end potential here is 2-mile-an-hour winds, or 2-mile-an-hour winds, 2-inch hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds. 2-inch hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds. Totally didn't get that confused backwards. Nope, not me. Yeah. This one, I believe, is still considerable. Yep, 1.75-inch hail. 60-mile-an-hour winds, and this is out here for southern Dallas as well as pointing south. Man, I could walk faster than that. 2-mile-an-hour winds. I could walk faster than 2 miles per hour. Easily. I could easily do that. So again, current area of tornado warning is now east of Williamston. So if you're in Williamston, you're no longer in that tornado warning, but make sure you are still indoors because there is a whole lot of lightning activity with this. Matter of fact, a large tree down in Williamston, time estimated by radar. So this already has a history of producing at least damaging winds. Like I said, there's probably at least a general area of rotation here. I just don't think it's anything over the top. I don't see anything ridiculous here. But that could easily be because this is in a radar hole. That could simply just be that. What did we just see issued? Nothing important. Got it. Actually, 19 minutes ago, we missed that. A mesoscale discussion was issued in South Central Alabama. A severe thunderstorm watch is being considered for a short-term threat for developing thunderstorms. If we do see a watch, that would be for extreme southeastern Mississippi through areas like Greenville, Alabama, Evergreen, Alabama, Troy, Bruton, maybe even into Mobile, Alabama, if we do end up with a new severe thunderstorm watch. So once again, we have a current tornado warning here in Plymouth. Just make sure you are in your safe spot, Plymouth, North Carolina. Nothing's ongoing in Connecticut at the moment. That's very far to the northeast. If anywhere, far western Connecticut, west of Hartford, may get in on an isolated thunderstorm later today. A tornado can't be completely ruled out towards like New Milford, up towards Sharon, northwest Connecticut, but it should be pretty low. I can show you New York's risk. Honestly, I don't think we're going to see much in New York, but still, keep an eye out for an isolated strong to possibly severe storm up here. Um, it's not as ridiculous as what was anticipated, which honestly, we weren't really anticipating anything but a couple instances of 60-mile-an-hour winds. The main threat in Texas is here in the yellow. That's slight risk, and it's for large hail. Up to 4-inch hail will be possible today. Which I don't know if we're actually going to get to that. That's probably corruption. That is most definitely corruption. But there's probably still at least a little area rotation right in this general area. Moving off to the east-northeast. Eventually, this is going to go towards Cresswell in extreme east-central North Carolina. So we'll continue to watch this as it moves off to the east. Just make sure you are in your safe spot if you're inside this tornado warning. If you know anyone inside this active tornado warning, you can share them the stream. But if you don't want to share them the stream, at least just tell them to seek shelter. Again, it's for like the Roper area. Jamesville, rather. Jamesville is still inside that tornado warning. The main area of rotation is in this vicinity here, moving east-northeast. And that tornado warning expires in 9 minutes. If it still looks at least a little tornadic, I wouldn't be surprised to see them continue that warning for a bit longer as it moves more east. We are 19 likes away from 500 likes, which has never been hit on this channel in its entire history of 4 years. On any video or any live stream, even the ones that I've deleted. South Carolina should be okay. The main area is southwestern South Carolina. We've got an isolated thunderstorm south of Somerton, but I don't think you'll see much, if anything, honestly. Yeah, Caleb, this is #1 in the likes. This is #1 in the viewer duration. This is #1 in the current viewers. This is #1 on the channel for everything. So this has been the most popular stream we've ever had. So, just like to know, rarely like anything. I'm like that, actually. I don't like to like a lot of things. But yeah, it's greatly appreciated. It helps a lot. I mean, even if you didn't like the live stream and you just watched, it helps. So you don't have to like. I mean, liking's free and it helps. Being here's free and it helps. Subscribing's free and it helps. So, anyways, again, there's a tornado warning. It's for like 8 more minutes. The reason why I'm not really dissecting it is because it's in a radar hole. So, what that means is we just barely can see it. Our closest radar is like 80 miles away. How far is this? Yeah, 80 miles away. So it's just hard to really see if anything's happening there. But just make sure you're in your safe spot again. If you're in Plymouth, Jamesville. This will eventually go towards Cresswell, but we are just a few miles away from the shoreline. These storms in... Whoa. Whew. That is a cell merge, but oh boy, did it give me a heart attack. I thought that was a supercell for a second. Norfolk's in a severe, by the way. The most damaging portion of this storm, if we have damaging winds at 60, would be on the northern side of Norfolk, right up here. That's where the strongest winds will be located. Maybe even into southern Hampton as well. Damaging winds is by far the biggest issue here. With those cells. But we're not far from the ocean, so soon this is going to be the fish's problems here. It's possible, Lakeisha. It's definitely possible, but I don't think we'll see any severe storm. So we could see an isolated strong storm, maybe upwards, and I mean upwards of 30 miles per hour, but this was really the main line. Let's see, what was that? Okay. Did I miss that? Whoops. I didn't even realize that was considerable a little while ago. My bad. My bad. Didn't see that one. Yeah, still watching these storms in southern Georgia. I would not be surprised if these are trying to become tornadic. They don't seem to be tornadic at the moment, but we'll keep watching them. We are currently up to 20 severe thunderstorm warnings and 1 tornado warning. All right, back to our active tornado warning once again. It's extremely difficult to tell where the area rotation is with this. It is very difficult to tell. So just make sure you're in your safe spot if you're inside this tornado warning. It's having a cell merger on the southwest extent of the storm. So what that means is there's more storms firing on the southwest quadrant moving into our main thunderstorm. So those are going to attach to the line. They could become tornadic later down the line. You know, this could be a meso handoff, or that cell merge could cut off the area of inflow up here, and it could start rotating further south. We did get a new meso analysis, so I want to see how favorable is this environment. Gracious day, where do I go here? There we go. Okay, the environment is actually getting less and less favorable quite rapidly. But...
For Washington County in eastern North Carolina, northwestern Tyrrell County in eastern North Carolina, Tyrrell, and Washington County in North Carolina.
I'm blind. What? Oh, it's an extension. That didn't come through on my other software. I was like, I'm blind. Why can't I see this thing? So that's an extension into Columbia and Cresswell. So now you guys need to be seeking shelter here. There should be a couple thousand, at least a couple thousand inside this new warning. There is... Wait for it. Okay, it's going to give me a hard time. There's 10,000 people inside this warning here. 10,111 people, 5 schools, and 1 hospital inside that warning. The new warning is probably going to be more populated than that, thanks to Columbia. Oh, nope, 6,566, 6 schools and 0 hospitals. So these are our only current tornado warnings. We'll continue to monitor them. And I believe we just got... that is either a new watch or an extension. That is a new severe thunderstorm watch now. So that includes Thomasville, Camden, and South Central Alabama, as well as Mobile. Pensacola, Florida is inside of that as well. So that is a new severe thunderstorm watch, which means watch out. Conditions are favorable for severe weather. This particular watch is favorable. The environment's more favorable for hail, as well as damaging winds. And a brief tornado can't be completely ruled out, but damaging winds and hail will be the main issue. 2-inch hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds possible. So that is another severe watch. That one's going to be going for a while. 11 o'clock Eastern, 10 p.m. Central. Just going to keep an eye on all these severes. Is this old? Okay, no. Just want to make sure all my radar sites are up to date with the newest radar scans here. So we'll continue to watch this. Wonder why that didn't do any notification. That is crazy, James. That is crazy right there. Did you mean to do that? Thank you so much for the 10 gifted, James. That is greatly, greatly appreciated. My word. Let's see who gets those. Donnie got one. We have Rhoda got one. Kevin got one. How Closer we got one. Thank you so much. Let's see here. Frank. Quite a few people got that. That is greatly, greatly appreciated. Wow. Thank you so much. So, you guys all just got gifted a membership from James. It's greatly appreciated, James. Thank you so much. I'll be giving 5 free memberships away in tomorrow's stream. We'll be doing more coverage tomorrow for Texas, probably. Probably for about 2 hours or so. So thank you so much for that 10 gifted. And like I said, I'll be giving 5 away for free tomorrow at the end of stream. Oh, wow. Somebody made a big typo. Somebody made a big typo. The National Weather Service in Lincoln. Please keep in mind, this is a big typo. I'm going to screenshot this. Has confirmed a EF1 tornado with winds peaking at 1,050 miles per hour. I didn't say that wrong. 1,050 mile an hour winds. That is a typo and a half. Wow. That is a big typo, buddy. Jeez. That is absolutely crazy. Yeah, that's fast. Yeah, that is a bit fast. That is a typo, though. They did not mean to do that. But that's crazy. That is crazy. More like an EF10. Yeah, that's not possible on Earth or another planet. Apparently on Earth. I think that was supposed to be on Jupiter or something. Yeah. Wind speeds of 1,050 miles per hour. Oh my word. That is crazy. That's in Illinois. That was the one south of Bridgeport, Illinois, yesterday, which I don't believe we were able to cover that. I believe we were chasing. Where on Venus? No, Jupiter. Thank you for the $2. Much appreciated. That's crazy. Thank you guys for subscribing. Real quick, once again, if you are in Columbia, Cresswell, North Carolina, please be in your safe spot. I just want to continuously say that because, more people may be coming in here. So just to make sure you guys are aware of where you need to be seeking shelter, where that tornado warning is. It is in North Carolina, once again. It is in North Carolina for Columbia, Cresswell, north of Pike Road, North Carolina. Thank goodness this is going out to sea because this is probably starting to strengthen with near 70, if not slightly greater mile an hour winds possible. So that's going to be the fish's problems now. That will probably weaken by the time it moves on shore. Let's see. I saw someone say something about New York City. New York City's in the risk for tornadoes, but I'd be shocked if we see a tornado in New York, anywhere in New York today. New York City's already in a severe thunderstorm watch, so just watch out, but I think it'll be perfectly fine. It's Lincoln, Illinois. Well, thank you so much, James, for the kind words and the 10 gifted. It was greatly appreciated. Why is there no green on that? Because it's outflow dominant, which means that it doesn't have any inflow. See how it's bowing out like that? Oh, they just upgraded it to considerable. It's considerable for 70 mile an hour winds now, like I was saying. So see how it's starting to bow out like that? That means that your outflow winds are becoming stronger. So this is going to be a big damaging wind threat. If we were to have a spin-up tornado on this, like if we had better ingredients in place, it would be on the northern side. But we don't have that good of ingredients in place. So I want to see if we could try to make it to 600 likes. We're at 547. So if you guys haven't already, hit that like button. And if you're new to the channel, subscribe. With the notification bell set to all, because we'll be going live for future events, of course. We cover a lot of events. Gracious day. We are about 50 subs off from gaining 300 subscribers today. That is pure insanity. And so again, there is a tornado warning in effect. I just want to, like I said, I just want to make sure I'm talking about this every now and then. That is for Columbia in extreme eastern North Carolina. So just make sure you're in your safe spot. There's not really any analysis I can do on it, which is why I'm talking about other storms and just talking with y'all. If it was closer to the radar, we could definitely do better analysis on it. But unfortunately, we cannot. It's far from the radar. So once again, we do have a considerable severe, so that's significant. Look at that, 71 mile an hour wind gust right there. So I did say if there's like really strong winds near 70 occurring, it would be on the northern side of Norfolk. And we got a report of 71 mile an hour winds from this. So this is probably gusting to near 80 out in the ocean. So thankfully that's offshore now. But even behind this, towards Norfolk, you're still probably getting winds near 30 miles per hour. But just make sure you're in your safe spot just in case you manage to see a gust of 70 behind this. Washington, D.C., let me go check that. We haven't looked up there in a bit. So Washington, D.C., there's storms off to your west that will probably progress towards Washington. It should be an isolated rumble of thunder. Maybe some strong winds, at the worst, small hail. It should not be anything over the top. Now, to your north, there's both of these supercells are ongoing. They are both warned for a tornado possible, 1-inch hail and 60 mile an hour winds now, so they have strengthened quite quickly. That's for Eldersburg, still west of Baltimore, and as well as Damascus, west of Baltimore, up here in Maryland. So please be hyper weather aware there. Make sure you're close to your safe spot just in case one of those go tornado warned. And more storms are firing here in Pennsylvania, but they're not strong enough for severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment. Is this still considerable? Still considerable south of Dallas for 1.75-inch hail. If any storm were to produce 4-inch hail today in Texas, it was probably going to be this one. But that doesn't seem like it's going to be the case. Unless it rapidly intensifies, which would be crazy. Still a very good look to these storms out here in southern Georgia. Out towards the Tifton area, as well as the Fitzgerald region. Mainly damaging winds and small to large hail potential. But a tornado can't be completely ruled out, so we'll keep an eye on it. Let's go to our tornado. Oh, not that. This one. Tornado warning. Like I said, see how it's starting to look more like a line? It doesn't have that hook to it on the southern side anymore. This is just a little indent, by the way. And this is turning into a big hail core going towards Pike Road. Virginia Beach. I would still stay in my safe spot just in case this is pretty strong, but there's no tornado threat with this at all. And if it is, it's out in the water. Which I don't see any area of rotation, so I'd be surprised if there's something on the water too. Boston, I think you're in a low wind threat, so really you're just gonna have a lot of rain with maybe a rumble of thunder, and that's about it. Uh-oh. Alright, we got a beep coming in hot here. We got a new tornado warning, so not surprised with that one. That's a good call. Southern one is now warned. You'll hear that in any second.
Tornado warning for southwestern Washington County in eastern North Carolina, northwestern Hyde County in eastern North Carolina, southeastern Martin County in eastern North Carolina, northeastern Beaufort County in eastern North Carolina, Beaufort, Hyde, Martin, and Washington County in North Carolina.
That's this storm, and it is definitely trying for sure. Rain shower just formed to the south of it. That's probably going to help it. So this could quickly ramp up, and the National Weather Service sees that. So they've gone ahead and issued a tornado warning. Right as that gets a couplet, but that cell merge is probably going to help it. So Pike Road, you need to be running to your safe spot right now if you're out on Pike Road, North Carolina. I don't know if there's any other smaller towns that I can't see in here. We got Hoke in here, Winona. Sixth sliding, Johnson sliding, Union Grove, Morrison's store out here in Pike Road. Red means that they are not usable. It means they're down. So there's a lot of terminal radars down. There's a terminal radar in Indianapolis that's down. Louisville is down. Nashville's terminal radars is down. Columbus radar site's down. So there's a few radars that are down out there. So we now have 2 tornado warnings on the southern edge of this this line. Like I said, the southern edge and the northern edge is typically the most tornadic portion of thunderstorms, especially when they're a line. You know, if there's a line, typically it's the northern, the southern side. And because of the ingredients, the northern side is more of a wind threat, small hail threat, and the southern side is actually an all hazards threat, with including the potential for tornadoes. So this is going to continue all the way till the shoreline, most likely. So make sure you are hyper weather aware. If you're downstream of this, towards the eastern side, extreme eastern side of North Carolina, make sure you're watching this very, very closely. They have still not disextended that tornado watch, so I don't know if they're going to. So we'll just monitor that very closely. The tornado warning for Columbia, if they do not extend it, will expire in 19 minutes. So we're now back up to 2 tornado warnings. I don't think we've ever gotten past 2. Pretty sure we've stayed at 2. We've gotten to 0, 1, and 2. I don't think we've hit 3 tornado warnings at once at any point today. Still a few significant severes out here. Like I said, just south of Dallas is one of them. And then we have one in southern Georgia out there for Douglas. And we also have the one in Virginia Beach for 70-mile-an-hour winds. And I think that's all the significant ones we have. It says there's one more in Georgia. I don't know where that is. I only see one that's significant in Georgia. I think my radar's lying to me over there. I know there's one significant, but this says 2. Allentown, I assume you mean Pennsylvania. You are in a severe watch, so you definitely want to keep an eye out. I can't tell you exactly what you're going to get, but you do have a risk for severe weather. Let me see if I can at least get an idea of what you may receive up there. Said Allentown. Yeah, I think small to large hail and isolated damaging winds will be the main issue. That's going to be your main issue up there. Go look at Texas here. The main threat for severe weather all over the country should be rapidly decreasing around 9:30, 10 tonight. We probably won't stay live that long, but we're still going to be here for a while longer. So we're watching this storm here going towards Pikes Road, North Carolina. That could drop a tornado. So remember, a tornado warning means a tornado is imminent or possibly even on the ground. So just make sure you are in your safe spot if you're in either one of these tornado warnings. Both are in North Carolina. Again, Columbia, Creswell, Roper, as well as down here towards Pike Road, all in a tornado warning. This is far eastern North Carolina. And yeah, like I said, they still have not disextended that watch. We've got a little storm fire now here west of Winston. That's why they maintained the marginal, just in case. And they also extended that considerable severe for Douglas there. And that's in Georgia, of course. I'm going to take my other radar site that y'all can't see, just to see if this is trying anything. Those storms don't look bad at all in Georgia, but they're not torr possible at all. Maryland, I'm pretty sure, has 2 torr possibles, unless they changed it on me. Yeah, still 2 torr possibles in Maryland. Eldersburg, west of Owings Mills, as well as out there in Mount Airy, I believe is how you say that. Cooksville, Damascus, you guys are all under torr possible severes, so make sure you are close to your safe spot just in case a tornado warning comes through. Which our radars are pretty far from those storms, so it's hard to tell if they're really rotating, but they don't look tornadic at the moment. But it is possible in the near future, which is why those are possible. Let's see. They did rate a tornado yesterday in, was that yesterday? Hold on. Let me see. Yep, yesterday. It's been rated an EF3. The Goreville, Illinois tornado. I don't believe we were live for that because we were chasing. I was at 7:45. I'm quite confident we weren't live for that. So we're looking at Eastern North Carolina. Pike Road in a tornado warning. Creswell and Columbia in North Carolina all have tornado warnings. But the risk areas are much larger than that. We've got a marginal risk level 1, slight risk level 2. So we've got a marginal from Pennsylvania, New York, all the way down to Oklahoma and the Northeast Panhandle of Texas. So big risk areas. Like I said, today's more of a population risk. And those storms are sub-severe in Texas. Minus the ones in southwest Texas. So the ones up towards Dallas are sub-severe. So I would be pretty surprised if our 4-inch hail threat verifies out there in Texas today. And I actually haven't looked at the models for tomorrow's threat. I know it's an enhanced risk 3 out of 5 for severe weather in Texas. Oh, that is some... Wow. That is some explosive thunderstorm development. Jeez. Tomorrow looks like a quite notable day for all hazards, actually. Yeah, we'll have to be live for that. I don't know if we'll be able to go live at 3:34 when those storms first initiate. It might be a little bit later. But tomorrow looks like a notable day. We are still covering this tornado threat here in North Carolina. Just 2 tornado warnings in effect, so just make sure you're in your safe spot if you're in either one of those. I also want to go check the Wakefield radar. For this storm, it's starting to move offshore. So first off, the storms for the north are going to move offshore, of course. And these are going to be a little bit longer, so we'll have to watch these over the next hour, maybe even a little bit longer. Do I have this on all? There we go. I saw someone... Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Right off the bat, you're going to have the chance for a storm for sure. Yeah, that's a pretty strong storm. You are in a special weather statement for about 50-mile-an-hour winds. So I would be indoors, away from doors and windows. Really the main area to watch in Georgia is southern Georgia. Right out here. That's where we could have damaging winds up to 70 and large hail up to 2-inch in diameter. But there's scattered thunderstorms all over the place in Georgia. You've got a severe storm up here, severe storm west of Albany, severe storms east of Albany as well. So they're all over the place. Definitely want to be weather aware. The tornado threat is very low, but still a possibility. We can't fully rule one out. So these are at a perfect radar hole, as always. Feels like we are always in a radar hole when we're covering here. Just make sure you are in your safe spot if you are inside the tornado warnings. Again, that's for Pike Road as well as Creswell and Columbia, North Carolina. Welcome, Clay. Thank you so much for tuning in. Glad to see you in here, and thank you for the kind words. Much appreciated. So just once again, make sure you are in your safe spot. This tornado warning, the northern tornado warning for Columbia, should expire in 11 minutes, and the southern one for Pike Road should expire in 26 minutes, unless it's otherwise said by the National Weather Service, which could easily be a time extension, a dis extension with a time extension. They could just issue a new warning in front, or they could cancel the warning altogether. So, yeah, but we'll see. 26 minutes on that southern one, unless otherwise said so, and then 11 minutes on the northern one, unless otherwise said so. Go back up here. Welcome, Landon. Thank you for tuning in. Baltimore waiting on 2 supercells coming my way. Yeah, we haven't looked at that too much. Just like I said, make sure you're close to your safe spot just in case. I don't know how notable that is. So we'll keep an eye on that in Eldersburg, but I feel like that might be the hail core velocities and not so much of the actual possible rotation. Yeah, typically I go live for slight risks, and finally they just did that. About time. Raleigh, Fayetteville, Goldsboro, Clinton, Henderson, Rocky Mount, Enfield, Dunn, Smithfield. You guys have all been dropped from that tornado watch. So you can see they just disextended that whole tornado watch. About time they do that. Jeez. Storms are way over here. So there's our what remains of our tornado watch. They'll keep the northern side because we have storms still firing up here. If they disextend any more, it might be this area here, but I don't think they'll do that yet. But that area needed to go a long time ago. Storms have been well outside of that region for a while. Let's see. Are these tour possible on the coastline? They are. So it seems like these storms here are tour possible. So if you're anywhere along this area, make sure you are staying close to your safe spot right there. And if you're in those red polygons, you need to be in your safe spot right now. So that includes cities like Columbia, Creswell, Roper. I think I keep changing that. I call it Roper, Rooper. Pike Road in North Carolina all need to be seeking shelter. I mean, it's not that high end of a risk, but it's still high enough for me to be alive. I mean, there's tornado warnings. If it was a slight risk with, barely anything happening, I would have just stayed off. I mean, we started getting warnings. I mean, right when I was available, we started getting warnings here, so I decided to go live. Which was a good decision, considering we've had almost the entire stream, we've had tornado warnings. Nearly the entire stream. So the main one I'm watching is definitely the southern one, because that's going to start splitting off from this storm. So that might be able to intensify even further later down the line here. Let's check up here. And, yeah, again, if you're just tuning in, we're covering a big risk for severe weather today. Like I said, it's more of a population risk and not so much of a high-end threat. Regardless, I mean, the SPC is calling for 4-inch hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and a couple tornadoes today. That's a notable risk. I'm not 100% sure what made them call for 4-inch hail in Texas, but they did decide to do that. And then, out here in the East Coast, it's a very conditional tornado threat. So like I said, some people may end up with some light rain. Others may end up with just cloudy skies the other day. And then some people out here, where we have the warnings, of course, will end up with tornado warnings. Go back over here again. Just watching those storms still west of Baltimore, Northern Virginia, up there in Maryland, Northern Virginia as well. So Washington, you've got a few storms, Washington, D.C., all around you. The main ones are going towards Baltimore. Baltimore, you may be in a severe here shortly. if that storm continues to stay at its current intensity. All right, let's go back up to our Wakefield radar. So, like I said, it's hard to do an analysis on this. Typically, we dive very much in depth on what's going on with the thunderstorms and what I think is going to happen next and how long I think these are going to track. But we've just been stuck with terrible radar coverage. Let's see. It looks like we may have nearly a daily severe threat in Texas. It really wasn't present on the model runs until today. But it seems like West Texas, maybe Central Texas as well, is going to have nearly a daily severe threat. I don't think many of those will have a high-end tornado threat, but they'll probably be notable enough to cover. But we'll choose which ones we cover wisely. That southern one is getting more impressive. Let me go back to our closer radar site. So you can see that there's at least some green and red here now. Getting closer together. It's still not strong rotation and not anything over the top, but definitely want to be seeking shelter. And that northern one just expired. There you go. You'll see this one disappear at any given second. They did issue a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in front of that. So if you're in this severe... Oh, and they also did it for the northern one too. Yeah, so both of these are now considerable for 70-mile-an-hour winds and torr possibles. The southern one is for 1-inch hail, whereas the northern one is also for 0.75-inch hail. So both are torr possible, both are 70-mile-an-hour winds. This one's for 1-inch hail, this one's for 0.75-inch hail. So if you're in either one of those, you need to be preferably in your safe spot. But if you don't want to go in your safe spot, it's not a tornado warning, so you don't have to. I just say go to your safe spot because it's a considerable, severe, significant severe. In this case, it's for 70-mile-an-hour winds. So at least stay very close to your safe spot until these storms pass. We are not that far off from the end of the event. We'll probably have a good hour and a half left. Just to watch this stuff as it moves off east here. So that's your last tornado warning, remains in effect. Oh, hurry. Whew, made it. Made it. I made it. We're at 6,199 subscribers. There you go. That is the third milestone we've reached today. There you go. Thank you guys for subscribing. No, not 400 plus subs. We've hit, that makes it 300. That makes it 300 subscribers today. 300 people have subscribed. That's crazy. That's crazy. But yeah, we'll still stay live watching this stuff. So just make sure that you guys are in your safe spot if you're in that tornado warning. You can see the list of significant severes. We have one in Virginia, Georgia, North Carolina, Texas, North Carolina again. And then, of course, your tornado warning as well. Put that blue down there. That way it doesn't confuse y'all. We actually have to extend our warning list a bit longer because we've got more severes. So a lot more severes there. I wonder where I could fit that. I was thinking about putting it over the SPC Outlook, but I don't think that would work. Maybe the bottom right, I don't know. We got something else over here. Oh, also, I don't know how many of you guys have Discord, but if you go to the first link in the description, there's my link tree. So if you want to follow me on any other socials, join the Discord server where you could chat. Just make sure you read the rules. I've got my Twitter in there too, YouTube, of course, and that's about the main three. I don't do Twitch. I thought about it, but I just don't feel like it would work out at all. We're also 2 likes away from 600 likes. Let's see. Let me go back up here. Man. So I don't see like a crazy area of rotation on this, but it's still present. You can still see red and green. Again, this is out here in Pike Road, North Carolina. We do have other significant severe, so just to go over those, we have one out here for East Lake, Manto, Wanchees. Wow, these are some finicky names. I totally butchered that one, by the way. Kitty Hawk, haha, that's an easy one. Southern Shores. Make sure you guys are at least indoors and away from doors and windows, preferably in your safe spot, because that's warned for 70-mile-an-hour winds and tore possible. If it was 60-mile-an-hour winds tore possible, I'd say stay close to your safe spot just in case. But when there's a considerable severe, I just advise you to go to your safe spot. Better safe than sorry. And I don't know if that one's still considerable. It just was canceled there. So that's not considerable anymore, and that's...
Tornado warning for southeastern Camden County in northeastern North Carolina, southeastern Pasquotank County in northeastern North Carolina, southeastern Currituck County in northeastern North Carolina, Camden, Currituck, and Pasquotank County in North Carolina.
So that is a new tornado warning. That's a tornado warning. That's probably a bit more on the populated side. I don't think it's like too many people, but probably a couple thousand. That's the old one. We'll wait for that to appear so I can see how many people are in that. There's a severe and extreme northeastern Missouri. Other than that, there's no other significant severe weather. If you're towards like the St. Louis area, also towards Sullivan, Missouri, rain showers, maybe some very small hail at the most. But there's a notable severe northeastern Missouri towards like the Luray area for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds for the next 44 minutes. My word. That's 600 likes. Jeez. Jeez. Man, oh man. Absolutely crazy with the sport today. Glad that this threat's coming to an end, but it's going to end with a bang here. We've got 2 tornado warnings still. We've got multiple considerables here along the coastline. We did have 3. Now we're down to 2, thankfully. If the volume's low, you can just turn it up. I'm up to yellow, almost red on my mic, and I don't like to go past red typically. And that's another significant severe. We've got a considerable severe now for Marble Falls, Horseshoe Bay, and that is in Texas, actually, for 1.75-inch hail. The first placed one had 498 likes when I deleted it, as well as, I think it was 13,000 views. I believe it was 13,000 views. We are rapidly approaching 20,000 here. Which is not a number I thought I would see on any live stream ever. Let's see. Do you think any other storms will pop up in Virginia after this line? Yes, but they're going to be weak. I don't think they'll be strong at all. You can see we already have some light rain there. But yeah, we won't have any significant. I can tell you that. At the worst, we may have a severe, but I'd be shocked if we even managed to get a severe. It's going to remain marginal, which means pretty much thunder with a side of lightning. And maybe an isolated wind gust or small hail event. And that is now confirmed. 2-inch hail report there, just southeast of Dallas. And that is, of course, observed, confirmed. All good. We just don't prefer channel names being mentioned, other than the person who we work with, which is Connor Croft, as well as the Weed Whacker, Reed Timmer. We actually didn't even allow Reed at first, but it's Reed, so we just try not to do channel names just for drama reasons and just to not get on anybody's bad sides. We're here for the weather. We're here for the weather. Whoa. Are those all observed? 1, 2, 3. Is that observed 3 EF3s? From, remember that Arkansas threat we covered? Was that, I feel like that was, that might have been late last night. That might be 3. I think our tornado count is skyrocketed from yesterday. It was at like 9 or 10 when I last checked. It's at 26. That's from yesterday, so we didn't have, that was the other night we covered it. So that was the 25th that we covered those tornadoes in Arkansas, and that is up to 33. Jeez. That is something. Man. Holy moly. So the 23rd, 40, the 24th, 19, the 25th, 33, and the 26th, 26. Oh, there's the tornado. Oh my goodness, there's the tornado that me and Lucky got. It was Western Roanoke. Yeah, that was way too far east. Just to show you guys where me and Lucky were. Where we chased. Let me see if I can find it. Can I find it here? Well, I can't find it, but this is a map of our reports from yesterday. Me and Lucky chased, is this the 100? Okay. We chased, like, right up here. I believe that's where we intercepted the thunderstorm with 70-mile-an-hour winds, and there was a tornado in Salem. Now, that would have been impossible to see because it was rain-wrapped, as well as right over the radar site, or very close to it. Blacksburg's where the radar site is, which is west, so it was very close to it. So, yeah. Alright, this is definitely still rotating. They've kept that tornado warning. It's for the next 8 more minutes, so hopefully we see that expire. Honestly, wouldn't be shocked if they continue that because it's a semi-discrete storm. And if we go back up here, we have this tornado warning too, which I think that's more of a precautionary measure. I guess that's kind of the northern side of the line. It's not really. It is. Because your line's now smaller. It's now this. So your southern storm, which is now semi-discrete. And your northern one is also tornado warned too. But yeah. Do you think this year will end up having the second most confirmed tornadoes ever recorded? So that's going to depend on how second season looks, and just solely based off the fact we'll be in a La Nina. I don't think so. I don't think we'll get second place, but I'd be pretty surprised if we don't get like a top 10. Now, I can tell you this, we're second for May, and we are second for April. Actually, 2019 is going to be debatable for May. We're either second, third for May, but we are definitely second for April. So I think we'll be at least a top 10 overall. We've probably already secured a top 10 overall.
Tornado warning for southeastern Washington County in eastern North Carolina, northwestern Hyde County in eastern North Carolina, northeastern Beaufort County in eastern North Carolina, southwestern Terrell County in eastern North Carolina, Beaufort, Hyde, Terrell, and Washington County in North Carolina.
I do not disagree with that. It is a very good idea, precautionary measure to issue a tornado warning for this storm downstream due to the favorable environment, and this is now semi-discrete. This could do something. If any storm has the best chance of producing a tornado today. This is the best one I've seen by a milestone. The other one was close because of the area of rotation it had, but we were far from the radar site. This one is very much discrete, and it may not have the strongest area of rotation at all, but just the nature of it and the overall look of the storm, as well as the environment it's moving into, definitely valid enough for them to issue that warning. So that was definitely a good call from the National Weather Service. Gracious. I've seen so many surveys done today. They are surveying everything. I don't know where any of these are, but just off of what I've seen, EF3, EF1, EF1, EF2, EF0, EF0, EF1, oh my, like 12 EF0s in Nebraska. Is that wrong? There's no way. Let's see. Let's see if that data's in. Gracious day. Look at them all. This was from the derecho, which, by the way, was confirmed. Look at them all. Holy moly. Look at them all. Right over Nebraska, as well as Iowa, and then another area here, and then a big hot spot over at Davenport. Gracious. So here's all the tornadoes that we've seen over, like, the last 2 or so months. Crazy. We've seen 700 plus tornadoes over the last 2 months. If you combine April and May, I believe we are over 700 tornadoes. If not close. I think it's over 600, closing in on 700, actually. We are over 300 for May and over 300 for April. And we still have tomorrow to go for May. And there's a few regional events that might have some isolated weak tornadoes, but I don't see any notable outbreaks in the near future. I am monitoring next week, though. It looks like a shortwave trough's going to pull through over the weekend towards, like, June 2nd. Today should be, like, Monday. Yeah, so late this week. Looks like a trough might pull through, so we could have a better chance for severe weather, but that's into June. I don't see anything notable for May, unless it's, like, May 31st. But we should have a few severe threats in western Texas to close out May. It shouldn't be quiet, but it should be not massive outbreak for the end of May. Tornado warning is still in effect for Poplar Branch as well as Jarvisburg here in North Carolina. I don't see anything over the top here. Like I said, this is more of a precautionary warning because it's on the northern side of the line. So just make sure you're in your safe spot if you're in that tornado warning. We have to switch radars to the Morehead City radar to see the southern one. Again, not anything too crazy. Another precautionary one because this is in a discrete, it's a discrete storm in a good environment. So it's very much capable of producing a tornado at any second. So definitely an area of rotation, definitely a good call for the tornado warning. And just make sure you are in your safe spot if you're inside that tornado warning. So, yeah. Texas starting to get nasty outside of Dallas. You guys already went through one storm. You going through another one? South of Dallas. Yeah, that's we already saw that. That's one for 2-inch hail out here south of Dallas. So make sure, preferably be in your safe spot if you're in that warning. Oak Grove, Ferris. This is in Texas. Palmer, Garrett, south of Dallas. Let's go back over here. There. This one's also considerable. I don't know what for. 1.75-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Out here in Marble Falls. So watch that closely. Someone else went live? Oh. I don't mind. But most of the time, most of the time when the severe threat starts to ramp down, people are going to start leaving. So let's go back over to North Carolina. But yeah, thank you guys for watching. I appreciate everybody here and everyone who's tuned in. If you guys haven't already subscribed to the channel, it's free with the notification bell set to all. What the heck was that? So you know when I go live or upload a video. I saw a wall cloud. Where was that? I was in Virginia. There it is. Capron, Virginia. Massive supercell was attempting to produce a tornado. That was a while ago. Jeez. 4:36 p.m. So that's right here. Yeah, 4:36. So that was a supercell trying to produce a tornado, which I'm not surprised. I'm pretty sure we saw that small area rotation when we first started, but I mean, it didn't really look notable. They just disextended that tornado watch now for Richmond as well. So just a bit, tiny bit area of the watch remains here. Welcome, Bombcat, and thank you for liking the stream and being here. I hope to see some of you guys in the future. If you don't stick around, it's perfectly fine. We'll always be here covering. This channel started off as just learning the weather. The main thing how I got into weather was I didn't have a warning for a severe storm that had winds very close to 100. We never got like a measurement or anything. But it knocked down like almost all of our oak trees, and we didn't have a warning for that. That's what really sparked my passion for weather, is wondering how we didn't have any warning for it. And especially the intensity. Like, we were aware that it was heading our way, so what we were doing was we were outside, like, getting stuff ready for the severe storm, or I don't even know if it was severe warned, but we were outside, making sure the plants aren't hanging up, nothing to blow away, taking down a flag, and just securing unsecured objects, and then it just hit straight line winds. So we were outside with that. This tornado warning is for a very coastal area now out here, Poplar Branch, Grady, Jarvisburg, North Carolina. Make sure you're in your safe spot. Tornado is imminent or possibly even on the ground. I don't believe we've had any tornadoes on the ground today, which is not a shocker. I mean, to be honest, I'm going to say it is a shocker, honestly. When I looked at mesoanalysis at 2 p.m., the photographs were absurd. I got home around that time, and at 2 p.m. I was like, you know what? Maybe I should have chased. Because the photographs were really classic, especially for North Carolina. So right off the bat, I knew we were going to have at least somewhat tornadic storms, which is why I scheduled the stream right off the bat. Sure enough, we definitely did. We had quite a few warnings today. We definitely did. The main one to pay attention to now, that one's still warned, so make sure you're in your safe spot if you're in that warning. But the main one to watch by far is this discrete storm further to the southwest. I'm thinking about organizing this up a little bit more. The Outer Banks, so I don't know exactly where in the Outer Banks. Maybe if you could give me a more exact area, or at least closer. But if you're, like, right on the Outer Banks, like, out here, you should be perfectly fine. It's going to stay to your north. But if you're up here in these severes, or in front of this storm, so if you're anywhere up here, if you're on the southern side, monitor it. If you get inside a tornado warning, make sure you go in your safe spot, which would be a basement, storm shelter. If you don't have either one of those, a most interior room of your house, away from doors and windows. Typically, it's a bathroom. If you get inside a severe warning like these, just make sure you stay away from doors and windows. And if it gets a bit rough, you may want to go to your safe spot. But, I mean, main thing, make sure you know where your safe spot is. Make sure you don't go outside. Those are the two main things. But it does depend on where you are. So if you're like up here in Poplar Branch, Jarvisburg, seek shelter, be in your safe spot now. If you're out here towards like, Kitty Hawk, South Kitty Hawk, all the way to this yellow line, make sure you are indoors, away from doors and windows. If you're not in any of those warnings, like I said, if you're down towards these general areas here, just monitor it. You're not in a warning yet. And like I said, if you're in a tornado warning, seek shelter, safest, you're a safe spot. If you're in a severe, just stay away from doors and windows. Typically, when like a storm's warned for like 70, 80 miles an hour, even though it's warned for that high, which we haven't seen any 80s today, there's a good chance you're not going to experience that high of winds, but you always want to seek shelter for the hazard. What is going on in chat? Do I need to time out one of the mods? Are the mods misbehaving again? Can't have my mods misbehaving again. Carson. It's probably Carson. He's a troublemaker. Yep, Carson is. Carson. I'm in Virginia Beach. It's noisy. Yeah. Don't be outside. That's the number one thing. You'll be good if you're not outside. And it's a lot of lightning and thunder, so just don't go outside. The storm's moving off the shoreline. Let me show you. Brooklyn. Yeah, so if you're in downtown Virginia Beach, it's moving through already. In about 5 minutes, you'll be good to go, but I still recommend staying inside until, the rain stops. Just so that lightning, the lightning's gone. I want to continue to cover until this stuff is offshore. The stupid one that's going to make me cover longer is going to be this one right here. I'm going to check the mesoanalysis. Yeah, it isn't a good environment. Are we at 22Z or 23? We're at 23Z. I'm going to wait for the new observations here. Yeah, you do get anxious. In the future, I recommend buying a weather radio. Or at least having a way to receive watches warnings. But most of the time, if you're just inside, that's like the main thing. If you're just inside, away from doors and windows, typically that's the main precaution. Tornado warnings are pretty rare out here. You don't see those every day in North Carolina, so with a tornado warning, you may not know where your safe spot is. So just, for the future, get a weather radio. Make sure you recognize where your safe spot is. Like I said, typically it's going to be a basement storm shelter if you don't have either one of those. Typically then it's your bathroom without any windows, away from as many doors as you can. And then if it's a really bad warning, sometimes we could get PDS warnings in North Carolina, Virginia for tornadoes. I myself have actually chased one in Reedsville. And those are typically the bad ones. It's very rare to see them in North Carolina, Virginia. But those are the ones where you have to start. You have to be in your safe spot. You have to be in a basement or a storm shelter, or take a mattress and go in your bathroom and put it over your head. Because typically the PDS warnings, those have strong tornadoes. You want to take those very seriously. You want to take every warning seriously. But pretty much what the warning is, like once the warning gets upgraded, it's just telling you how much more significant it should be, and it just continues to tell you how much more urgent it is and how much more you need to be seeking shelter. So, yeah, just make sure you stay indoors, away from doors and windows. And we'll be live until this stuff goes offshore. I don't know if we'll be live until that goes offshore, but we're definitely going to stay live till this stuff's offshore. And then further north, we have more severes towards like the Baltimore areas now inside of severe. It is possible for Baltimore. I don't say anything over the top with it. But I highly recommend if you're in Baltimore, stay close to your safe spot. Stay away from doors and windows just in case you need to seek shelter. Show Baltimore, sure. So here's the storm in Baltimore. So you can see the velocities, which is winds, basically. So this area has generally about 30, 40 mile an hour winds here, and it's warned for up to 60. There's no solid green and red together, so that's why I said I don't think a tornado is imminent. And then there it is on reflectivity. You probably see this a lot. This is probably what you see the most on TV. Yeah, you've got probably a little bit of hail near Pikesville, maybe tiny bit of hail north of Woodlawn. But basically, it's just damaging winds upwards of 60, but most likely closer to 20 to 30. I'd be a bit surprised if we managed to see 60 out of this. Move from Texas tornadoes to Florida. First thing I looked for was a safe spot, but it is the same with a hurricane. Yeah, Florida's got a brace for possibly a historic hurricane season. Unfortunately, I already put a forecast out for my hurricane season. What I'm forecasting. But yeah, I mean, this season is still it's still all above average. Everything is still complete go. It's just got to be a waiting game until we get to September. And that is going to be a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So this is a life-threatening situation now for, I don't know which one. 80 mile an hour winds out here. Just got upgraded. 80 mile an hour winds for the next 5 minutes. That's a short destructive. So this is a particularly dangerous situation. Life-threatening severe thunderstorm warning for Douglas in south central Georgia. You need to seek shelter immediately. Considerable damage to homes, trees, vehicles may occur. So seek shelter immediately. That is a particularly dangerous situation. Again, that's for Douglas, Georgia. You can see the strong area of velocities in that blue. I don't think they're that strong on velocities. They're probably closer to 60. Yeah, 60. Is that observed, perhaps? Radar indicated 80 mile an hour winds. We'll see if they continue that. I will let y'all know. But that is that definitely has a big hail core with it, too. What is the hail threat on that? 1.5. I wouldn't be shocked if it's a little bit more than that. And, yeah, we'll continue to keep an eye on this as it moves off to the southeast. Make sure you are in your safe spot immediately. If you're in Douglas, that is a life-threatening situation. I wonder if it says extremely dangerous. Yeah, destructive thunderstorm. Let's see here what they have on this. Torrential rainfall is also occurring, as well as a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. Yeah. Life-threatening situation, y'all. So please seek shelter if you're in Douglas or out in this area too, which is Bridgetown, Georgia. If that continues, I'll let you know. That just continued. So this is now destructive for Pearson, Georgia, and just south of Douglas. For 80 mile an hour winds. I'm going to quickly see if we have possibly any cams on here. Let's see. So Douglas. All right, let's see. We don't want any closures or anything. We just want the cameras. How far southeast? Oh, we are far southeast. I don't know if we're going to have any this far southeast. There's Tifton. So, where's Nashville? Is there a Nashville out here? Oh, there's Nashville, so it's northeast of Nashville. Pearson. Yep, that's in the destructive. Is it a live camera? It is, shockingly. Would Nashville have a better view of this, or is Pearson the way to go? Trying to see if we can get a camera. I think Pearson's going to be the way to go here. So once this gets closer to Pearson, I will pull up a traffic cam for y'all. If I remember, that is. Give me just a moment. Okay. So we're going to continue to watch this as it moves off to the east. Again, we have a tornado warning out here for... Jeez, Lord have mercy. We got to switch radar sites to figure out where the heck this stuff is. Yeah, this is going to expire very soon. 15 minutes. They may cancel that. They might cancel that because that doesn't look... that looks like it's moving offshore. So this is very coastal now, which is really good. Like I said, this is our highest tornado threat for probably the next hour or two. That's going to be your best shot at a tornado. No way our camera already died, right? That would be crazy. Before the winds even start, the camera's gone. Yeah, they just canceled that. Told ya. Told ya. Does this have a time on it? Because I don't know if this is live or not. I guess we'll find out once the storm goes through it. What did Catman say? Am I going to have to talk with one of the managing moderators here? What did you guys do? Catman, you're managing. Do you need to be downgraded? What'd you do? I won't hesitate. But I have seen the mods. Thank you guys for being here, by the way, mods. Most of our mods are in here and helping. Caleb, I have logs for every chat sent. It doesn't matter if you delete them, retract them, I'll see them. Northwest of DC near Maryland. Sure. So, it depends on where. If you're talking about this one towards Sterling, if you're in Sterling, you're in a severe storm. Which actually, this is moving east now towards, Lord have mercy, Berg. Gathersburg. Gatorsburg. Gathersburg. Man, we're gonna call that Lord have mercyburg. But anyways, it's one for 1 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. So just make sure you're away from doors and windows. Same goes for Baltimore. Our camera in Georgia is not having a fun time. This thing doesn't even have winds, and it is just buffering to death. The one in North Carolina is still really good. So, like I said, if you're downstream of this, I don't think there's many people here. Hopefully you recognize their area. But if you're downstream of that tornado warning anywhere in here, just make sure you're hyper weather aware. If you're in the tornado warning, seek shelter immediately. Gaithersburg, like that. So near like waves. Just make sure you guys are staying weather aware, because this is definitely going to be the biggest issue. Hopefully it just does nothing. That'd be great. Is that a destructive in a general thunderstorm or a marginal? A marginal risk. So make sure you're in your safe spot now if you are in Pearson, south of Douglas, as a destructive thunderstorm is going to roll through over the next couple minutes. So please be in your safe spot. I confirmed another EF0 from yesterday. Where? Unfortunately, do not know. Northeast of Janesville by 4 miles in Rock County, Wisconsin. Went through mainly rural areas and tree damage. Oops. So, yeah. Again, this orange is a destructive severe. I've got to sneeze and it's just not going to happen. That's how it is on streams. Alright, let's go back to the tornado warning, shall we? Which shouldn't be in effect for much longer, so maybe, just maybe, we'll be tornado warning-less. I don't know, that is still really good. This is still very much capable of producing a tornado here. So we'll continue to watch that. And we'll see if they continue that warning or not. Safe spot, safe place is the same thing, unless you said safe spot, safe space, whatever that is. Oh, safe space, yeah. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Uh, the good news is it looks like a very strong high pressure will set up towards mid-June. But we know how that went because some people on Twitter, because that's Twitter for you, Twitter in late May, no, Twitter in late April said that May would be inactive, and we all know how May went. It does show an Omega block in June, and I do think that June, if we manage to see an Omega block, June's definitely going to be the month that's most likely for it. This is very capable of producing a tornado. I don't know how many people are inside this warning, but this one is the most concerning one I've seen, and it actually has a good area of rotation once again. And again, it is discrete, so it's in the best environment possible for today. It's discrete, and it's in the best environment. Is this the one east of Pike Road? It is. Wow, 686 people live inside that tiny warning. No, they just disextended it, so now it's actually 38. That makes more sense. This is a very, very concerning looking supercell. For the first time in this channel's history, we have passed 20,000 views in a singular live stream. That is ridiculous. Wow. That is crazy. So thank you guys for the support in this live stream. We're still going to continue until most of the severe threats done in North Carolina and Virginia. This is still going to continue even after we end, because that's going to go all the way to the shoreline. But I want to track this one until it at least gets to Stumpy Point or so. And none of this is impressive. The only thing that's impressive here is the one in Pearson, Georgia. So seek shelter if you're in Pearson, Georgia. That is a destructive severe, which is BDS. And then this stuff in Texas is still very present, but it is definitely no 4-inch hail. Definitely not 4-inch hail. I do not think DC will have a tornado now. I'd be pretty surprised if you end up in a tornado warning. The only place that I think is going to stay with the potential for tornado warnings is out here. Anywhere else, and it will be a surprise to me. It's possible if you're in the risk. You know, we still have this big 2%. Which, by the way, if you are behind this area here, you're done with your risk for severe weather. So pretty much the main area that you're done is here. So yeah, I mean, it's still possible for sure. I'm just not expecting it. Whereas I would not be shocked if we see a tornado whatsoever develop out here going towards Stumpy Point, North Carolina. Where are you? I can't tell you what's going on if I don't know where you are, Bacon. 2-inch hail report there. That's the one in Texas. We already saw that. And this one needs to be in Virginia Beach. So these storms are moving offshore. If you're along the Outer Banks here, the northern Outer Banks, I believe, you will be good to go in about 10 minutes or so, but still remain indoors. The main storm to watch by a milestone is definitely going to be this one. It's in a very good environment, and it's also in a discrete storm mode here. Louisville should be fine. I'll check, though, just in case. But Louisville should be fine. Yeah, some isolated rain, but that's it. Anything north of Baltimore? Let me get out my radar site here. Anything north of Baltimore? So Baltimore, ooh. Hold on, let me see the terminal radar on that. Eh. Eh. North of Baltimore, though, probably not. If you're, like, near Lancaster, it looks like these storms are splitting around you. Allentown, still definitely possible tonight. I don't know if it'll be severe, but, it depends on if the storms head your way. It looks like they're going north and south. I wouldn't rule out isolated 30-mile-an-hour winds if one does hit you, but probably not severe. But again, I'm not God, so I can't tell you it won't go severe. It's still going to be possible. I did see another question. Okay, I already got that one. Welcome. I don't know where that is. Maryland? Yeah, you're good. You're good. Maybe some rain. Yeah, you're good. No, you're good. Your main storms have passed. I don't think those are going to hit you. You might have a chance for some rain showers out of this one. Some rain. But I think you'll be good. So we'll keep watching this storm here to where possible. I would not be shocked if they extend that warning, because that is still looking quite tornadic. They also got rid of the destructive severe, too, so we are no longer at anything that is really worth paying attention to, except for actually the one in Georgia is still worth watching. All right. I'm kind of surprised they didn't continue that destructive, actually. Central Texas depends on where. The main threat is west of Austin and south of Dallas right now. So this area, where you see these yellow storms, so those yellow warnings. I will be right back, y'all, in about 60 seconds. I'm just going to get up for about 60 seconds, that's it. So I will be right back. We'll keep going for a little longer. All right, I still have that camera up, but I don't think it's going to do anything. I think it's one for 70, right? Last time I checked. Check again. Let's go up north. Yeah, so our camera, which you can't see right now, but I'll pull it up if it has anything. Then it's going to go towards Pearson. Pearson is where we have our camera located at. I concerned about late this week, severe weather unknown. Upper support. I think we'll have a few isolated severe threats further west out here. And that's about it. That's where I think we'll have our main severe threats, and I don't think we'll have that notable of a tornado threat, but I'm sure we'll have one event that might have a bit of an elevated tornado chance. So they're going to keep this tour possible. It's still very much capable of a tornado. So just make sure you are very close to your safe spot here if you are downstream of this severe warning in North Carolina. But for the first time in a while, we are without a tornado warning. That's not destructive anymore unless they redid that, which, yeah, they did not. And then, like I said, this stuff's not producing 4-inch hail yet. DOG went to get lucky, and in return he gets a broken chair. Yep. It's about right. That's about right. Yeah, this is our last severe in North Carolina now. We've got one severe in Virginia, one severe in North Carolina, and this is really the main one to watch. It is the main one to watch. That is the main one to watch. Let's see. Wow. That is crazy. So, this is from Ben in the Discord. I'm not going to show it though, but in terms of tornado warnings, 2024 is already second place. Pretty sure, right? 1,800? Yeah. 2024 is already second place in terms of the highest tornado warning count. And 2011 is seemingly unreachable. Seemingly unreachable. And that's just through May, though. That's just through May. So, honestly, I think we are going to go into more of an inactive stretch. It probably won't be the, we're probably going to settle down on the big outbreak potential. So, hopefully that is the case. Let's go back down to Texas. Is this considerable? So that's still an observed hail threat now at 1.75-inch hail in diameter out there in Marble Falls, Horseshoe Bay, Kingsland, out there in Texas. And then our other considerables are probably in Georgia. Yeah, 70, 70, 70. And that's probably it, right? Yeah. So it's this line that just won't stop producing isolated damaging winds here in southern Georgia. The one discrete storm in eastern North Carolina. And then our storms in Texas. And as well as our storm up here in just east of, or actually just going into Baltimore now. Get rid of the outlook. There we go. Is that yellow and green blob going into Hinesville, Georgia? Bad or concerning? So let's see. I'm gonna just take a look at that, get the town name. So towards you, there's nothing out there. That's rain. If you're talking about that, that's rain. Nothing concerning. But if you're talking about this, yeah. If you're in the warnings out here, you need to be indoors, away from doors and windows. All right, let's go back up. Actually, we'll keep this here. So we can take this up here, and it's starting to fall apart. So before, that was actually probably some of the tightest rotation we've seen of the day. Maybe the second most. And, yeah, now this is going towards the shoreline here. Towards, what is that, Kinney? Alright, just wanted to fix up real quick, y'all. Never, Caleb. Like I said, I don't see any big severe weather systems in the near future. In terms of outbreaks. I think tomorrow's actually our only potential for now. We'll have to wait till we get closer, but tomorrow already has a broad 2% tornado risk for Texas, a large 30 sig wind, and a 15 sig hail. I think they'll upgrade the hail threat towards this region here, towards Lubbock, where the storms first fire. We'll see. The wind threat's probably going to stay nearly the same. The tornado threat, I wouldn't be shocked to see a 5% introduced where that hail threat may be upgraded as well. And then, yeah, your day 3 is a marginal, tiny marginal here, and then that's it. Oh, there's the other marginal. So we'll be live again tomorrow covering. I don't know if we're going to start, if we're going to do a full coverage stream or a monitor stream, because, I mean, storms explode here towards 5 p.m. Eastern. We may start up a live stream after that towards like 6:30 if we're doing a monitor stream and just waiting. We'll see. Tomorrow's going to be up in the air for a live stream, but there's a good chance we'll be live for at least some of the threat. So that storm in Baltimore looks to have weakened considerably. Very, very quickly weakened. The only concerning part of that is now going over Parkville, Towson, Kearney, near Perry Hall in Maryland, just on the northeast metro side of Baltimore. And yeah, this storm still has a little area of winds to it. Don't think it's an imminent tornado at all. We'll see if they tornado warn that, but just keep an eye on that. It does have a history of producing areas of rotation, so that's in eastern North Carolina. And then, of course, we're still watching our considerable storms out here in southern Georgia. We do have a live camera in Pearson. We're just waiting for storms to get there. Although the camera is low quality as always. And laggy. Main hailstorm right now is over Marble Falls, north of Horseshoe Bay in Texas. Right here. Warned for 1.75-inch hail. And what about this one up here? 1.5. This one right here, 1.5. So we're definitely starting to tune down on the warnings here. No longer any tornado warnings. We still have some considerables, but no longer any PDS severes. We were peaking at 3 tornado warnings and I think 21 severes. We are down to 0 tornado warnings and 13 severes. So we've covered the majority of the threat. I did miss the first like 15 minutes or so, but we caught it still. The tornado watch is still for another 3 hours, 24 minutes. I expect they will discontinue most of that watch issuance. Probably most of this south in about an hour. They're going to wait until this gets out to sea. So this has got to get out to sea towards, like, I don't know, this region here. Before they discontinue most of that watch. Also, a flash flood warning in effect for western Baltimore here. And yeah. Let's go back to Dallas. I don't see anything concerning tornadic-wise. I've been watching this storm because it's just had a look to it. But I don't think there's any good ingredients out here. Yeah, North Carolina is deteriorating with ingredients rapidly. And I want to see out here. I mean, it's present, but it's not good for tornadoes. So mainly a wind threat, but I mean, both of those look pretty interesting. For definitely wind damage and large hail, but maybe a spin-up tornado potential later down the line. Welcome, Legacy. Glad to see you in here. What will Delaware get? Probably not much, especially if you're on the southern extent. But yeah, if you're anywhere north, this general area here, you want to keep an eye out. So Delaware, I'm not sure. Isolated severe weather, upwards of 60-mile-an-hour winds, half-inch hail possible. New Jersey doesn't look. This threat just doesn't look solid at all anymore. It's very isolated. Someone may see heavy rain, another person could see cloudy skies, someone else could see 60-mile-an-hour winds. It's very, very isolated. So just keep an eye on it. Southern Georgia, the only concern is the one in Pearson. That's the only concern, so yeah. Well, if you guys are new to the channel, if you could, real quick, hit the subscribe button and notification bell, set it to all, so you know when I go live tomorrow. As well as, if you could, hit that like button. We're at 664 likes. Maybe we could try to push it to 700 for the last like goal. And, yeah, share the stream with your family, friends, social media, wherever you can. It's greatly appreciated. We're not at any tornado warning, so there's no imminent tornado anywhere at the moment. But there's still a few good-looking storms here. At least for hail and wind. Huh. What's the environment out here? Because that is interesting. Ooh, really good. That might have an opportunity to produce a tornado near Dallas as it moves south. There is a really good environment for this storm. If it stays anywhere between this area here, it is a good environment. Okay, it really doesn't want to go south of Dallas, so this is the best environment. So right here is the most favorable environment. And it's right at that. I mean, it is on that very favorable environment. So this might have a chance to try for something. Yeah. I would not be too surprised if they put Tor Possible on this. Because that might be trying for something right near Keller here in Texas. We'll keep a very close eye on that one. This one's falling apart. I don't think there's much with that anymore. Baltimore, I don't think there's any tornado threat with that. It is still Tor possible, so just make sure you're close to your safe spot just in case. But I've never seen a good tornado threat with that storm at all in its lifespan, except for like the first 15 minutes of its lifespan way back towards like Frederick. We'll monitor it just in case. Back down to Georgia really fast. They are downgrading that severe to 60 now, further south, but this one is still warned for 70 for Pearson. You can see there's still two good pockets of isolated damaging winds here. So we'll keep an eye on that. And I want to go back to Dallas. Is that the new scan? Okay. Now we'll just monitor it. There's still a broad area of red and green there near Keller in Texas, which is barely to the northwest of Dallas. Yep, barely to the northwest of Dallas. I don't think it's anything over the top, but it is at least a regional area of a small rotation. Let me check what this is. Go back here. Is that warned for... Okay, that's for 60. I was going to say, I'm... Honestly, I'm a little bit surprised that's not for 70, but okay. Let me go back over here. New MCD for Pennsylvania, Delaware. The threat continues across portions of watch issuance 333. So here's your new MCD from the National, or rather from the Storm Prediction Center. And like I said, the highest threat is going to be there, right towards Baltimore, pointing to the east-southeast. And that's the only reason why is because there's actually convection out there. Further to the north, it's just uncertain. So if you're in that hatched area, that's where you have the best threat for a wind and a tornado threat, or wind and a hail threat over the next 2 hours. Yeah, and the environment downstream suggests a weaker lower level shear, so a lower tornado potential will be present. So the tornado threat's decreasing. Can't completely rule out a brief tornado, but it is decreasing. So we'll monitor that, like I said. And keep an eye. This might have just got up. Oh, no, downgraded. Honestly, hold on. Zoomed in way too much. Honestly, kind of surprised with the hail core that has. But I see it. Yeah, I think the main storm to watch is honestly the one in Kellen, Texas at the moment. Or Keller, rather. The other ones are just kind of meh. Other than one in Georgia. All right, Georgia. Tornado-wise, Texas, towards Keller. Or Kellen. But for just overall severe potential, this one here. And Pearson, Georgia. Jeez. We do have reports of a very raggedy wall cloud over Keller, which is again northwest of Dallas, Texas. So we'll continue to monitor it. I'll let y'all know if anything changes. It still looks interesting towards Pearson. We'll watch that closely. What just changed there? Let's go back to... Okay, that one's expired. What radar am I? Oh, wow. I need to move this radar to Georgia. Holy. Let's move that to Georgia. There, we moved that one to Georgia, so that's good. We'll keep this one in North Carolina just in case this tries to, redevelop. Yeah, that's lying. I don't know what the radar's... Oh, it's a corruption beam. I see it. Actual air of very small rotations, like right here. Northwest of Keller. But it's very, very minimal. So it's not that crazy at all. But again, there is a wall cloud reported with it, a very weak, raggedy wall cloud. Let's see, back up to North Carolina. This is in the radar hole. Still tour possible. Want to trail 60-mile-an-hour winds with this as it moves east. So just make sure you are indoors, away from doors and windows if you are inside this severe in eastern North Carolina, north of Fairfield. If we go back over to Texas, I mean, now it's in the best environment. That is in the best environment. I want to look at more of an analysis on that, though. What would be the lacking ingredient? Okay, lower level shear. The first product I looked at was a lacking ingredient. So there's still definitely a risk for an isolated tornado here. And we'll just monitor it, and like I said, if it changes, I'll let y'all know. But see how the en route's been consistent there, southwest of Keller? That is simply corruption, not an area of rotation. So just bad radar data. Back to Georgia. The camera's finally being hit, but I mean, it doesn't really show too much happening here. I'll refresh it again. Okay, I guess we can just... That's so low quality. That's just some swinging lights. It is pretty windy, though. So we'll continue to monitor this as it moves off to the east-southeast, y'all. If we do have 70-mile-an-hour winds, it's probably going to be in one of two spots, southwest of Pearson or south of Webner, out here in Georgia. Right of D.C., north of D.C., rather. Yeah, this one towards Silver Springs. I don't see anything crazy at all. Definitely a lot of lightning and heavy rainfall. Probably some winds up to about 20, maybe even pushing 30 with it. And maybe some very small hail going towards Silver Springs here. But nothing over the top at all. Just stay indoors, away from doors and windows. You'll be fine. It's the main thing. We should be getting quite far down on the warning count. Well, actually, we're back up to 14. I think that's thanks to Texas. Texas and Illinois. We've got 3 severe warnings in Illinois. We've got 4 out here in 4 out here in Texas. So we'll continue to monitor that as well. and 3 in southern Georgia. So keep an eye on it. We will be watching it. I don't believe there's any imminent tornado threat at the moment. Oh, now we just got a 5th one. Yeah, they did upgrade that. I thought they would, honestly. It looks pretty interesting. Cell split. Didn't think they would upgrade it to considerable, though. So that's now warned for 1.75-inch hail, which is golf ball sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds for the next 55 minutes. So make sure you guys are indoors, away from doors and windows if you're out here towards Hamilton in Texas. Can't really check the Illinois storms. There's not really good radar coverage up there. They're all very low-end severes, with the exception of this one west of Princeton. It's got a bit more of a hail threat, 60-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail. So that's a bit more of a interesting severe, but I mean, they're just isolated severe storms. And this one's not doing too good out here, south of Columbia, North Carolina, so that shouldn't be much of a threat. So I think the main areas to watch for the next 2 hours will be up here in Baltimore, Washington, moving east towards Delaware. The next area will be this cluster of thunderstorms as it moves southeast, northwest of Jacksonville, Florida. And then probably the final area, honestly, would most likely just be the entire watch here. But more specifically, north of Austin, all the way up towards Dallas and Fort Worth. So, there you go. I want to check on that one in Dallas again with the terminal radar. Still broad area of red and green, but I don't believe it's rotating. I'd be a bit surprised if we had a wall cloud still on that. Ooh. Is that Georgia? Oops. Maybe. That's over here towards, where did he say? I'm trying to figure out where this report was. It's not a well-known town. Yeah, there's no way that's doing anything. I was just want to check on a report of a storm firing. Wall cloud's still out there in Keller, Texas. We've received multiple reports of that now. I don't believe it's an imminent tornado, but it's definitely trying to rotate out there. Which again, that's this storm. Out here in Keller, Texas. You can see this very strong outflow boundary here. Very strong outflow boundary, which is present. So this could definitely be a tornado risk in the next couple of minutes to an hour or so. Yeah, we'll just watch these storms. They are starting to weaken, but they're still they're still severe. They are still severe. Ooh, I just remembered something. I want to check on the assessment toolkit here for the southern storm. Oh, wow, they already have damage on that. They were fast to get damage indicators on this thing. I'm just checking some damage points really fast, y'all. Okay. Doesn't look like it was that significant. I'll send this to Lucky. Okay, so once again, we are watching these storms here in eastern Georgia. I'm wondering if they're going to extend that severe watch by a couple counties as that storm's moving off to the southeast. So just make sure that you guys are keeping an eye on the weather if you're out here towards the Homerville area, down towards Fargo, Folkston in Georgia. You guys aren't in a severe watch, but there's definitely a severe storm up to your north that's going to be tracking south-southeast, and it may or may not weaken. We'll see. How's Dallas looking? Go back and check. It should be perfectly fine, but there is a storm to your north. Yeah, you're in a severe there in Dallas now, so I would be indoors away from doors and windows if you're in Dallas. It's pretty much the exact same storm. It really is. If you went through that storm closer now towards Ferris, it's going to be pretty much the same one, just maybe a bit smaller hail and gustier winds there. Bit more hail threat and a bit more wind threat. Yeah, I don't know how long I'm going to go, Brooklyn. I'm just kind of watching these storms. I mean, until I feel tired enough, then we'll end. I just want to make sure we're going to stay tornado warning list for at least a bit after we end. It's still a little storm. Not anything crazy east of Belhaven, but present there. So yeah, once again, if you guys can, make sure you subscribe to the channel. We're currently at 6,236 subscribers. That is 300 new people who have subscribed today, so thank you so much. That is the biggest jump we've had on this channel ever since it was created. So most of these storms are just wind and isolated hail threats and some heavy rain. That's what the majority of these are. I don't see much of a tornado threat present with them, so we probably won't be streaming for too much longer. I'm waiting for this severe to expire. How many severes will we lose here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, wow. Oh, well, there goes the other one. We're going to lose quite a few severes, though, in the next couple, like, 3 minutes. Man, these storms are going off now. I'm surprised they put Tor Possible on that. That is, out here towards, just north of Dale City in northeastern Virginia. I think they're just putting precautionary Tor Possibles on these, honestly. Because I don't see any, like, good areas of rotation or anything. Oops. So we are currently just watching the severe threat again. Here's your risk area for today. Most of these areas are done, actually. Most regions are done with severe storms. In Texas, the main area is really going to be up here. Out here towards Georgia. Well, let me turn the right thread on. So there you go. Now you can see the slight risk. So the main issue is really going to be up in this area for the rest of today in Texas. For Georgia, this whole area here, it's going to be just really this little cluster here. That's the main issue. But an isolated severe storm can't be ruled out back further west. Up in North Carolina, Virginia, there's not much to speak of until you go towards extreme northeastern Virginia, Maryland. You have a line that's probably going to continue all the way till the coastline for another 2, possibly as long as 3 hours up here. Really, until it hits the coastline, all hazards will be possible with that. The tornado threat is by far the lowest. And then further north, Pennsylvania, New York, there's nothing happening up here. Just some isolated heavy rain showers, maybe a wind gust or 2, and some small hail every now and then in some of these cells. In Round Rock, let me see. I think you'll be fine, but you could definitely see another isolated severe storm here. Oh boy. Wait a minute. Huh. Give me a brief moment. Let me see. Okay.
Tornado warning for northeastern Schuylkill County in central Pennsylvania, Schuylkill County in Pennsylvania.
So we have a tornado on the ground now, which was previously unwarned. We've got a tornado on the ground out here in a radar dead zone. Confirmed tornado from emergency management. Let me take y'all to that. So if you are inside this polygon, seek shelter immediately. That is a confirmed tornado on the ground. First one of the day. That's why we stayed a little bit longer. And that is in a radar hole, so there's not much higher quality than I could do. This is as good as we're going to get, unfortunately. So we're down to just 2 significant severes. The one in Georgia, and then the one... so let me go and just look at them. So the one in Pearson, Georgia, which is south central Georgia. And then, of course, the one out there in Texas for just southwest of Hamilton in Texas. Those are both significant severe. So the one in Texas, 1.75 inch hail. The one in Georgia is 70-mile-an-hour winds. And now we've got a confirmed tornado here in the blue polygon. We've got a tornado on the ground here, so make sure you're seeking shelter immediately. This was previously unconfirmed, but thanks to emergency management reports, they have observed that. So it wasn't even warned at all. It was not warned. And this is also a very slow storm. Gracious, how fast? 30? I don't even know if it's moving that. I mean, that is a very, very slow-moving storm. This is in Pennsylvania. To give you an idea, this is south of Hazleton, Pennsylvania, and well to the northeast of Pottsville, Pennsylvania. It is in a perfect radar hole, which is why we couldn't tell if it was on the ground or not. We weren't even actually looking up here. But that is now a tornado on the ground. And it's also for the next 29 minutes here. Let's see. What about Lanham, Maryland? Let me see. Very heavy rain for sure. Very heavy rain is nearing your area. A lot of lightning. Main threat with that will be small hail and isolated damaging winds. So lightning, heavy rain, isolated damaging winds, possibly as high as 30, and some small hail, probably about ½ inch. That's like the high end, though. High end, like the worst you could see is probably 30-mile-an-hour winds, ½ inch hail. Most likely you're going to end up with heavy rainfall and some lightning. MCD concerning the severe watch. Let's see. The threat for damaging winds appears to be increasing across southern Georgia and potentially into far northern Georgia. Or far southern Georgia into potentially far northern Florida. They don't say anything about a new watch. They don't say anything about a new watch at all. Interesting. Go further south and see this. Oh, you know why? Because they just extended it. So just like I thought, they just extended that severe watch. I thought either they were going to issue a new one or extend it, and they just extended it now because of that cluster of thunderstorms. That's the main threat across this whole watch area, is this line here moving southeast. And we still have a wide variety of storms out here with a severe threat. But generally, it's going to be all the way from Waco pointing west up towards Dallas and Athens, Texas. And like I said, North Carolina's done. If you're in North Carolina, we're still monitoring this storm towards Stumpy Point, but it's pretty much fallen apart now. And of course, we're watching these storms in eastern Maryland as well as northeastern Virginia. And we'll keep an eye on this confirmed tornado. So again, a tornado's on the ground up here. They've just issued a new severe. You'll see that pop up shortly. That new severe is for a tornado possible, of course, 60-mile-an-hour winds and 0.75-inch hail. So just make sure that you are in your safe spot if you're inside this confirmed warning. I don't know how many people are in this warning. Wow, 15,396 for schools and 1 hospital. So there's your new severe. That goes towards what is that? Lansford and Weatherly. So make sure you guys are close to your safe spot just in case this tornado warning gets extended. So we'll monitor it, and yeah, we'll see what happens. But I mean, this is about the best radar we have. It's the nationwide radar, so we're not going to be able to see anything better than that. Hmm. Gracious day. Still looking at yesterday's severe threat out in my neck of the woods. Absolutely crazy. But yeah. We're at 685 likes right now, so if y'all haven't already, if you want to, you can hit that like button. We're really just sitting here now. I'm just gonna stay alive till this warning expires, and then we'll probably wrap it up. So yeah, just make sure that you guys are hyper weather aware for the rest of the day. If you're inside a watch, but after this warning expires, we'll probably call it quits pretty soon. Jared, it's due to the viewer count. Typically, we're not used to having more than about 60 people in a live stream, which is still a really good amount. That is ridiculous for a weather channel. So, you know, once 660 people come flooding in, the mods are going to be very much strict and antsy to delete comments. Whoa. Oh, that's a different day. Wow, that is a really satisfying loop. Gracious day. Of all the storm reports. Retweet that one. That one's really cool. One of the cooler loops I've seen. This is still observed for 23 more minutes, unless otherwise said by the National Weather Service out here. Again, we have a confirmed warning from Emergency Management south of Hazleton, Pennsylvania. So we'll continue to monitor it, and we'll see what occurs. They are continuing that 70-mile-an-hour severe thunderstorm warning out there now towards Homerville, as well as further south towards Statenville in Georgia. That's your main storm right now, is southeast Georgia. The storms in Texas are very isolated. They're isolated areas of hail and wind, but that one in southern Georgia is a line. I'm pretty sure there's a few storms with a Tor possible tag. Of course, we got the one out here in Pennsylvania. I think that actually, is that it now? Did they get rid of the others? Oh, no, they didn't. No, they didn't. There's still one more in Northeast Virginia. So there's one in Northeast Virginia for West Springfield, of course, Alexandria, and of course the Tor possible here in Pennsylvania for when this confirmed warning expires in 22 minutes. Let me look again. Pennsylvania Tor possible. Are my warnings not updating? Yeah, they weren't updating. That's why I didn't see the one in Virginia. So we do have that one in Virginia. Yeah, someone in chat was in Texas. They moved to Florida, and then they made sure where their safe spot was, which is always a great thing. That's one of the first things we did when we moved into this house. Uh-oh.
Tornado warning for northwestern Anne Arundel County in central Maryland, southeastern Howard County in central Maryland, northern Prince George's County in central Maryland, Anne Arundel, Howard, and Prince George's County in Maryland.
I feel like we had somebody who was in that exact area. I'm not sure what warranted them to warn that, but they did. But we now got a tornado warning in Laurel, all the way to Odenton in Maryland. I feel like we had somebody there. So we now have a tornado warning. I don't exactly know why they've warned that, but if there is a tornado, that's where it would probably occur. Using the terminal radar, because, you know, the main radar site west of Washington isn't going to be that good considering it's further away. But I mean, we have a terminal radar right in front of this thing, and it doesn't show any area of rotation. So I don't know why they warned that, but they did. So just make sure you're in your safe spot if you're in Laurel, Odenton, Maryland City, and as well as west of Severn in Maryland. Make sure you're in your safe spot. Tornado is imminent or possibly even on the ground. And that is a tornado warning. That's not the one that's observed. That's radar indicated. And wow, look at that. Look at that. Massive watch disc extension right there. A little surprised they got rid of this portion of the watch. I thought they might keep this area, but they did not. So massive watch disc extension there. Just watch remains in effect for this singular storm here. And, of course, for where we have our severe weather up here in Maryland. Isolated rain showers in Kentucky. That's about it. Nothing notable at all. Y'all's day was yesterday. You guys got slammed out there in Kentucky. Like I said, some rain and some lightning. That's it. Most of Kentucky was hit yesterday. So again, we have a confirmed warning in this blue polygon in Pennsylvania. Emergency management has confirmed a tornado on the ground. So make sure you're in your safe spot. Again, that is in Pennsylvania. 23Z, there you go. Yeah, there's not too much of a severe threat left today. I'd say that one southeast of Dallas has the best opportunity for all hazards. And then this kind of came out of this did come out of nowhere here. As well as the one out there in Maryland. I'm not 100% sure why they warned that. Obviously, they could easily see something I don't. But pretty surprised they did warn that. This one, not surprised at all because it's a report. But this one, we have a terminal radar on, which means, you know, it's scanning right at the storm, like right into it. Not but probably about 500 feet off the ground. And it doesn't show any area of rotation. If there is an area of rotation, it's on the southern edge. Right out here. I'm moving east. You live in Williamsport? Yeah, you're good. You're good. The main storms have passed you already, but there's still isolated severe storms behind this. Or isolated strong storms. Like this one that's going to head up to your direction, but the worst that could be is small hail, like 0.25 inch hail and 20-30 mile an hour winds. It's not expected to be strong, but they could be. 2 more severes just got issued out here in southeastern Alabama. Not surprised by that. That's for 1 inch hail on this one in 60, and then 0.88 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds on this one. So we're going to stay live till both these warnings expire because they decided to come out of nowhere. I would have ended and they would have been issued. Still observed for 16 more minutes up here. So still observed warning in that blue polygon. Oh, we now got a destructive. Please tell me that's not for Dallas. It is. So we've got a life-threatening situation for large hail out here west of Dallas due to a report of 2.75 inch hail out here west of Dallas. So that is a life-threatening situation for extremely large hail, 2.75 inch in diameter. So make sure you are seeking shelter now. That is a life-threatening situation, a particularly dangerous situation, which is life-threatening. So please be in your safe spot. Yeah, I think there is now in... Let me look at that. Why the heck did it take me to Italy? So it depends on exactly where you are. The tornado warning is in Laurel and Odenton, as well as up towards near the... good luck trying to get me to pronounce that one. So that's where your active tornado warning is right now. And like I said, I'm really surprised they warned that because we have a very high definition radar that's like right in front of this thing. So they only go like, let me look. The terminal radars only go out like 10 miles, but once storms get into those 10 miles, it's like the best radar data you can get without like a doubt. And it doesn't show any area of rotation there. But still want to be in your safe spot just in case. And again, this is a particularly dangerous situation. Severe thunderstorm warning for 2.75 inch hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. If there's 70-mile-an-hour winds, it's occurring towards Richland Hills right out here. And if there is 2.75 inch hail, which there is, it's going to be occurring out in this hail core. Again, this is northwest of Dallas. Well, shoot. No point in having this radar open. Just if you're out here towards one of these two locations, make sure you're indoors away from doors and windows just in case this storm's strong when it hits you. But we're going to close that radar site and just have the one in Georgia open, which again, they extended that, almost said destructive, that considerable severe for 70-mile-an-hour winds in southeastern Georgia, as well as 1 inch hail. So we'll keep an eye on that. Okay, still the same. In New York, they're good. That area is fine. The severe threat's already passed. They might have been in a severe warning earlier today. I don't know if it was right in that area. Definitely not. It was way up here. So they had some rain and maybe some heavy rain there. Maybe a bolt of lightning, but that's about it. But you're good now. That area is good. They also removed the entire severe watch from New York. So there's no longer a watch in any of New York. So it's this local area here that we're watching for the severe potential. I should probably circle that better. Right up here and then down here. And we're also watching, of course, like I said, this storm would be the one to really watch, and that's the exact one that it is destructive right now. If you're in the yellow polygon here, if you're in that yellow polygon, make sure you are indoors away from doors and windows. But if you're in that red one, you need to be seeking shelter immediately. So yeah. Well, we'll keep an eye on it for a bit longer, but we're not going to stay live for... we're going to wait till all the tornado warnings expire, which is 2 of them. Both of them expire Man, I don't even know. In 10 minutes, we're probably going to continue a bit longer than that, honestly. Yeah, we will. We're not going to end that soon. But we're definitely coming up on the ending time. So if you guys haven't already, please hit that like button. We're only 6 away from the next major milestone, which is 7. That is 700. Oh, wow. Okay. Sorry, y'all. I'm checking something. Not checking. Checking. I'm checking this. There we go. So the orange, that is a destructive severe, which is a life-threatening situation. This is in Texas, west of Dallas. That is for 2.75-inch hail. Now the tornado warning that is on the ground, we've got a tornado on the ground in this blue warning in Pennsylvania, which is west of Lansford, Pennsylvania. And then we have a red warning, which is a tornado warning for a tornado that is imminent out here in far eastern Maryland, to the northeast of Washington, D.C., southwest of Baltimore. So there's a lot of different polygons. And then we also have another polygon down here that's yellow and black, which is highlighted there for significant damaging winds of 70 miles per hour in southeastern Georgia. So there's a lot of different polygons. You have your 4 different types of tornado warnings, or 3 different types of severe warnings, or 3 different types of flash flood warnings, or special marine warnings, and not to mention all your blizzard stuff and winter storm mixes and everything like that. So there's a lot of warnings to keep up with. But you get used to it eventually. But if you're new to weather, it definitely takes a lot of getting used to. A whole lot of getting used to. Oops. Chip's been here the longest. Legacy, actually. Legacy or Chip, one or the other. Honestly, I don't know who was first. I can't even remember. I think they were about the same time. Because Legacy was like right around 100, and then Chip was right around 100, and then Lucky was right around 100 too. Honestly. Lucky watched me hit 100. He probably was one of the like 50 subs, one of my first 50. So like I said, confirmed warning here for 8 more minutes. And yeah, we'll see what occurs here. Let me go all the way up over here. There we go. 3 more likes from our from 2 more likes now from 700. So thank you guys for the support. Greatly appreciated. The main goal here was to cover North Carolina, Virginia. So you know, if I'm not covering these too well, it's because the main goal was North Carolina, Virginia. These just happened to happen while we were live. So yeah, we've got a destructive severe. That's the last severe in Texas. Let's go. Wow. That's still destructive for 37 more minutes here. So yeah, this stuff's really winding down. The main areas, wow. Literally just watched this one storm west of Dallas. That's it for Texas, really. This one storm here in southeast Georgia. Nothing in North Carolina, nothing in Virginia. Still monitoring this, but it shouldn't stay severe for too much longer in Maryland going into Delaware eventually. And then this storm too. So there's still a few cells to watch, but they're not significant. With the exception of the tornado on the ground, of course, for 6 more minutes is that warning, that blue warning there. And of course the storm in Dallas. Those are the 2 main ones. Man, oh man. Currently 8:24 here on the East Coast. We started the live stream at 4:10. We will probably conclude about 8:40, unless we, well, I pray that ain't another observed one. 700 likes. Thank you guys so much for the support. We got another warning somewhere. We'll hear that shortly.
Tornado warning for northeastern
kidding me?
Lancaster County in south central Pennsylvania, Lancaster County in Pennsylvania.
Wow, we're up to 3 tornado warnings again. We'll be down to 2 shortly, though. Actually, we'll be down to 1 in 5 minutes. Unless we hear that stupid beep again. I think we're going to get down to just 1, which will be the one north of Lancaster. Unless they want to continue that warning, which they have emergency management on that. So if it's on the ground, then they'll continue it, of course. But we'll probably be left with this one in for nearly, wow, over 90,000 people in that warning. Man. That's a lot of people. For it's northeast of Lancaster. So it's for Leola, Terry Hill, these towns you see on the screen. That one's not observed. The observed one is up here, which expires in just a couple more minutes. Just a couple more minutes. 4 more minutes. Well, they just got rid of it. So we're left with just 1 tornado warning now. We're left with a tornado warning here in Pennsylvania, and the other warning is a destructive warning west of Dallas. So yeah, we'll keep watching it. We will keep watching it. Let me check this. All right. So these are still warned. Man. Wait, what? Wait, what? When was that? Oh. Man. Remember that PDS warning we covered the other day in northern Texas? A mile, let's see, a mile wide neighborhood. Every single house was damaged. That is crazy. Man. So that was from, I think, 2 days ago. There's been so many days of severe weather, I've forgotten which one's which. I want this destructive to expire. But they probably won't downgrade that for a bit longer. It doesn't seem to be nearly as strong, so we'll see if they end up downgrading that. That's out here in Texas. You can see it had a big hail core right there. 72 dBz. Now that's considerably further down. This isn't even at 60 anymore. It's still destructive for 2.75 inch hail, so remaining your safe spots out there west of Dallas for very large hail. And they just downgraded all these severes in Georgia too, so I mean we're left with just the destructive in Texas and the tornado warning. Those are the only 2 notable things left. That's it. I'm sure we'll have an upgrade for something else once we end, or even a new tornado warning, because it's just what happens. We like to call it a TRG moment, and it typically happens every single day. So if you guys haven't already, if you can, hit that subscribe button. We'll show the subscriber count at the end of the stream once we start wrapping it up. Is that right? I was just looking at mesoanalysis. Is that actually correct? I was looking to see what environment that storm in Texas is in. It's not in the best tornado environment. That has got to be one of the highest mesoanalysis instabilities I've ever seen. That is 8,000 instability. Wow. That is crazy. Imagine a storm got into that. Again, to put it in perspective, 1,000 instability is typically plenty for severe storms to fire. That is 8,000 instability. My word. No, it's valid because we've had instability building all day, so I believe it. I believe it. 700 likes and over 22,000 people reached with today's live stream. 300 new subscribers to the channel, over 300 as well. Thank you guys so much for the support in the live stream today. After I conclude, I'm going to go eat because I haven't had supper. I had a late lunch. So, I just want to make sure that most of... man, there's a few tour possibles in central Pennsylvania, so just make sure you guys are weather aware out there. There's still a few tour possibles for sure. But yeah, I mean, we're not going to continue for too much longer. I mean, we covered the main thread I wanted to, and that was up here. This is the area I really wanted to cover. I wanted to cover until this stuff got out to shore, and it is very much out to sea. I said out to shore, out to sea. So this storm's going to be in the ocean probably in like 50 minutes or so. But we had a few notable things today. I mean, we had a lot of tornado warnings in North Carolina, Virginia, confirmed warning out of nowhere in Pennsylvania, destructive, severe for 80-mile-an-hour winds in Georgia, destructive, severe in Texas. We saw the typo from Lincoln National Weather Service in Illinois of 1,050-mile-an-hour tornado, EF1 apparently, which that was obviously a typo for the 1,000 part. What else did we see? I mean, I think that's generally about it. A tornado warning in Ontario, if you want to count that. And then not to mention the, by a ridiculous margin, most popular live stream on this channel. So the most popular live stream was back on April 1st, 2023, the day after the super outbreak of 2023, or not super outbreak, but the double high risk debatable super outbreak. I deleted that live stream because we cleaned up the channel. And then because of that, the new most popular live stream was directly a year after that day, April 1st, 2024, at 13,000. And yeah, or 12,900. And this one's going to be 10,000 more than that. Which is not numbers I thought were reachable. And not numbers I thought was reachable at all. So, yeah, just waiting for this warning in Dallas to be lessened from destructive. As well as the not PDS warning, thankfully. Normal tornado warning up here in southeast Pennsylvania. And the PDS severe in Texas. I don't think that's going to go un-PDS. Holy crap. You think there's some hail on going out here in Texas, or... my word, this thing's been a big producer. I bet that alone has produced 50 hail reports. We're going to go an extra 30 minutes just because. We're going to go an extra 30 minutes because this doesn't want to go undestructive. Gracious day. Chip, I use a Pixlr Advanced Photoshop. And I take a Radar Omega map and I copy the SPC's outlook onto a thumbnail. It's worked really great. And it's taken me 4 years to perfect. We had so much trial and error here. Because when I started this channel, I was turning 14 when I started this channel, so I didn't know much of anything about weather or anything anything at all. Just go watch my first live stream, which I still kept up. If you go to my channel, go to live, go to oldest, you can see where I started. That was the first official live stream of the channel. Everything else was still live streams, but they weren't like really good like that. That was a first decent stream in terms of how I handled things. Any tips to start? Just start with just start. Just start. Just start. Consistency's key. Start. Have the correct mindset. Don't go into YouTube thinking that you're gonna make billions off of it or something. Have the mindset and make sure you're doing it for fun. Do it for fun like I am. Mine is turned into storm chasing now. So make sure you're doing what you want to do on your channel. No matter what, what the viewer count is. Make sure you want to do it. I wanted to keep at least one up, Pete. Everything else I was just, I just wanted to delete it all because, I mean, I've been wanting to do it for 2 years now. Ever since early 2023, late 2022, which is actually a year, I've been wanting to delete most of my live streams just to do a fresh restart. And making the new overlays, changing the thumbnail styles, getting the new softwares, all in the span of a week that turned into rapid changing on the channel. This is still destructive. This stuff goes until... When did we start the live stream? Okay, so the destructive, and if not continued, and the tornado warning, if not continued, should be expired 10 minutes before we end the live stream. I wouldn't be shocked if this one is continued here in Texas for a destructive severe. And we'll see about that warning in Pennsylvania because we can't see a thing in it at all. So it will just be up to the National Weather Service if they think it's starting to rotate or not. Yeah, I mean, that was the whole goal of this channel was to just get better at weather. That was the whole goal. That was the goal of making this channel, is just trying to get better at forecasting weather. And oh boy, have we ever. Definitely not the best, for sure. A lot more to learn. Yeah, but we've gotten pretty good. But I mean, I'm not a degreed meteorologist at all. I've always thought about going into meteorology, but it just I don't feel like that's going to be the field for me. I want to be out and about chasing stuff. I don't feel like going into a broadcast meteorology. They did continue this severe, but it is considerable for, get this, a very unique and not so rare, used to be rare, but not so rare, a 65 mile-an-hour wind threat. It's considerable for the hail, 1.75-inch hail, but the wind threat is very unique at 65 mile-an-hour winds. The storms in southeast Georgia, Roberts, if you're out there towards like Homerville, Waycross, have considerably weakened. They have gone from 80 mile-an-hour wind gusts to 45 in about the matter of an hour. So they have considerably weakened in southeast Georgia, but they are still notable to the point where you want to be indoors. But they have weakened considerably. Man, I can't tell you how many milestones you guys broke on this live stream. The view one, the like one, probably the members too. Honestly, we've had so many new members. We've also gotten to 5 hours, which this might be one of the longest slight risk coverages we've done. I mean, we've definitely broken a few here, thanks to y'all's support. And still know that there's a tornado warning. I know we're blabbering on about everything else, but just know there is a tornado warning up here in PA. Just for those who are wondering, there is a tornado warning up here in Rothsville and Terry Hill. So keep an eye on that. Marco, I'm thinking so. I really think so. I said it in a couple of live streams ago that I think this upcoming stretch will be the last major severe potential of possibly this season. But of the year, like if you're talking about the major tornado season runs from March through early June. I think that yesterday's outbreak was the last major outbreak of that stretch. If you're saying of the year, heck no. We will have another tornado outbreak this year. It is a guarantee. It is always a guarantee. You may be saying, no, it's not always a guarantee. 12 months? Heck yeah. It's guaranteed to get at least one tornado outbreak. I don't care if you end up with 100 tornadoes throughout the whole year. I'm sure one of those days was probably an outbreak, which I don't think we've ever had a year that has less than 500 tornadoes. What was the most inactive year for tornadoes on a record? Okay, definitely not 2004. See, it doesn't even have it because technically, even though if it's the most inactive the most inactive period, then it's still going to be a lot of tornadoes. They don't even have it on record for the most inactive one. Because I don't think they keep track of that. It's like, you don't really need to because it's always active. It's always active. So we've got this tornado warning for the next 19 minutes here. We'll be live for the next 29 minutes. And we also have this destructive severe in Texas, which is no longer destructive. No longer destructive. So we're just going to wait for this warning to expire in Pennsylvania. Unless there is a PDS warning, we will not continue the live stream. So unless there's a PDS tornado warning, we will not continue the live stream. We do have something called urgent coverage on this channel, where typically if there's a PDS warning at any given time of the day, we'll go live for it. However, after long coverages like this, 5-hour live streams, I'm not going to initiate that. So I'll monitor, but I'm probably just going to eat, chill, and then sleep. And then I'll be here tomorrow. I kind of want to cover it for multiple hours, but I've done so much over the last couple of days. Like the last 5 days have just been cram-packed, busy. Completely busy because, as some of y'all know, my best friend Lucky came over here for the weekend. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, today we had him over, and we streamed every last one of those days. So I don't need to take a good break, Chip. I just might not do my extensive 5-hour plus coverage for tomorrow. But I will be live. Like, I am not going to go throughout all of tomorrow without being live. I will be live at some point, for sure, 100%. I just don't know when and how long. Today was a completely unplanned live stream, and it ended up being the most popular stream on the channel. Completely unplanned live stream. The main reason I went live is honestly because of Lucky. Lucky said, "Why aren't you chasing?" I'm like, well, shoot. If I'm not chasing, I might as well just cover. So honestly, Lucky's the one who made me go live today. Not only that, we had severe watches. Just think about how many watches we had. We had severe watches from southern Ontario all the way to like here. All the way down to Florida. Like that is... matter of fact, those watches are still in effect from the far northern tip to the far southern tip. So that is 1,270 miles. But of course, the watch didn't go straight through Kentucky, Tennessee. It actually went like this. So it didn't go like directly straight through. And then we also had one out here too in Texas. So I mean, gracious day. We had a lot of freaking watches. So that's probably why a lot of people watched today's live stream, because there was so many people under the gun. It wasn't just a tiny area. Typically, our average outbreak threat is about 10,000 people under the gun. Or not 10,000 people, about 10 million. 10 million is typically our outbreak threat. And today it was like 116 million. So that's a lot more. Add another whole zero to it. What are the parameters you look for when determining if a storm is considerable or probable for tornadoes? So right off the bat, it depends on what you're talking about. Are you talking about like current surface observations, future model runs, or current radar analysis? Because there's 3 different steps. So when I talk about severe weather, one of the first things I do is I look at the CFS outlook, and I also look at the GEFS ensemble supercell composite. Then once we get closer, I start to use the GFS model run once we're under 180 hours. Closer, I use the GFS, the NAM, and then closer, I use the GFS NAM, NAM 3K, and then once we get 48 hours, I ditch everything and use the NAM 3K, the HRRR alone. Day of the threat, I will occasionally look at the HRRR, then I'll move into meso-analysis, which is current observations based off the RAP model. And then once the storms are getting going, I'll use a mix of meso-analysis and the radar imagery to determine what's happening. So there's multiple steps and stages I take to forecast. Multiple stages. Let's see. Not on my end, Fearless. It really wouldn't surprise me depending on what you're talking about, because we do have the potential for brief spin-up tornadoes today, but I don't know where you're talking about. 3.25-inch hail report. I am glad we didn't end the live stream 6 minutes ago. Yikes. You think that's some big hail? They said up to 4-inch hail today, and 3.25 is getting up there for sure. Wow, I'm shocked with that. Wow, that is some kicking hail. Gracious. You're welcome, Paris. Hopefully that wasn't too confusing. But there's always multiple stages to forecasting. That's why I've gotten better at it, because I didn't just use... back in the day, I used to just use some random singular model run from a random site. I don't even know what it was. Trends are being monitored for a severe thunderstorm watch as storms are moving into this portion, the southern tip of Texas. All the way from McAllen up towards the edge of this severe watch. The potential for 2.5-inch hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds will be possible. Trends are being monitored at 60% chance of a severe thunderstorm watch being issued. Oh. Paducah just called in the QRT. They just tweeted about it. So they are thinking about upgrading a tornado to EF4. I don't know what the heck that one is, but they just talked about doing it. They're consulting with more professionals, more experts, to determine if a higher rating is needed than EF3. I don't know for what storm, but that's from Paducah, Kentucky. Wow. Yeah, Indiana, I would have to agree. Dawson Springs. I don't think there was another one within Paducah's National Weather Service jurisdiction that would be significant enough to possibly be EF4. Which we covered that live yesterday. Welcome back, Brooklyn. You're catching the tail end of the live stream. We were going to end 8 minutes ago, but the PDS 1A in Texas allowed us to continue. And I'm glad we did, because we had 3.25-inch hail report there. But I'll be ending shortly, 22 minutes. So if you guys haven't already, please subscribe to the channel with the notification bell set to all. Hit the like button and share the channel with your family, friends, and on social media. It's greatly appreciated. Is Pivotal Weather a good site to find most of these models? I recommend College of DuPage, but Pivotal Weather works perfectly fine. So if you type in COD space Nexard, you'll be brought to this page, and then you could just go to weather data, numerical models, and then, for instance, the GEFS, this is what I love to use, the ensemble for mean instability. Here, I'll just put it in chat for you. Ta-da. I want to get to a tutorial on it, but the weather's been way too active. Freaking 700 tornadoes in 50 days. But see how the supercell composite is still there? Whoa. That's a little bit too much there. We might have a sneaky severe setup in early June. So we'll keep an eye on it, but yeah, this is what I like to use. And then look what happens after that. Done. You know why? Because you get a big block. You get a massive high pressure ridge that builds in the west. Maybe even possibly an omega block. But it is far out. Yeah, that's an omega block and a half right there. But that's far out to the point where it could still disappear. So I wouldn't be locking in an inactive early June. I wouldn't lock that in at all. Yeah, definitely an omega block, that's for sure. It's just a matter of if it actually happens. So just watching this singular storm in Texas, west of Dallas, and the singular tornado warning in southeast Pennsylvania. That's it. That's all I'm currently watching. So, yep. I don't... we definitely had one tornado today, but I wouldn't be surprised if they confirm more tornadoes. Probably, if anywhere, it would probably be North Carolina, Southeast Virginia, Northeast North Carolina. But they'll send survey crews to generally where those storms tracked, and if they find any tornado damage, then, well, there you go. There's another confirmed one. If they find any damage. But I didn't see anything notable on reflectivity. Holy crap. That's a strong tornado. When was that? Dude. This was a strong tornado. This confirmed warning about 25 minutes ago was a strong tornado. Look at the motion on that. I wish I could show it. Wow. That is very impressive for Pennsylvania standards. That is impressive for any state. Wow. That's crazy. Illinois, you should be okay. If you're towards this area west of Long Point, this storm's pretty strong. Up to 60-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail possible with it. So just make sure you're indoors, away from doors and windows. You'll be fine. But all these severe storms are always freaky. Every time I see a severe storm and I'm in a severe storm, the first thing that goes to my mind is this a tornado? Because that's like the one thing that I fear the most in every severe storm. I don't care about the hail, other than the fact that it's going to destroy my vehicle. Or the winds, other than the fact that it's going to throw a tree in front of my vehicle. It's the tornado. It's a tornado. That's what I hate the most. Peoria, hey! Yeah, that's very heavy rain and maybe some very small hail. Maybe some light gusty winds, but that's where one of our mods live. Caleb lives in Peoria. Very heavy rain. But you did just go through, see these purple areas, probably some very small hail with that. 50-mile-an-hour wind report, really? To the west, yeah, west of Peoria. Out here towards Farmington. They did continue that severe more to your north up towards Cornwall. Or 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Karn, we almost got a tornado. A tornado occurred. I didn't measure how far away. I can quickly do that. It was 40 miles up the road. We intercepted it before it started to weaken. We went into the hail core, and an unwarned tornado occurred in Salem, which is western Roanoke, Virginia. So our storm did have a tornado. If we continued through it, we would have been able to see it, but the storm was too fast. The storm was too fast. It was moving east at 55. We were moving northeast at 65. So it was going to overtake us at any given second. So we decided to just core punch it. I don't know if I'll have a video out on that, but we'll probably try to. We did see a power flash too, and as well as wind gusts. We measured about 37-mile-an-hour winds, but apparently off to our west, there was a report of 100 trees down. I don't know. I still don't believe that report. There was a report of 100 trees down. I'm out of water. I drank all my water bottles. I had 3. Well, we're ending in 14 minutes anyways. So we're going to wait 5 more minutes for this warning to expire, and then after that, we'll wait 10 minutes, then we'll end. Holy. Was that damage from yesterday? Oh, tornado watch just extended west of DC, so that's great news. Honestly, I haven't seen much damage at all from the violent tornado yesterday. At least the radar presentation was violent. And we had like 4 Tories, maybe 5. Man. Paducah's already found high-end EF3 damage, and they are calling in the quick response team to determine if it needs a higher rating of EF4. At minimum, winds peaking at 165. Most likely that would be upgraded, which I have no idea where they would have found that, because I just straight up don't know what it hit. I mean, I know it hit stuff, but I don't know what it hit and where was hit, because I haven't seen any damage pictures or anything like that. Let's see. I missed Paris's comment. Yeah, you're welcome, Paris, and glad to have you here. Yes, Discord server. So if you click the link in the description, Paris, it'll take you to my link tree. If you just want a direct link to the Discord server, second link in the description. Which, matter of fact, I don't know if my mods are going to do it, but I mean, here's the link right here. That should work. If it doesn't, please tell me, because that means I need to change my Discord link ASAP. And I wouldn't do paid. I wouldn't do that. If I was a degreed meteorologist, you know, if I had a PhD in it or a bachelor's in it, I would probably do paid, but I mean, I just learned it for free, so I'm not going to charge anything for that. But I'm not the absolute best at forecasting. Like I said, I created this channel to learn, so I'm still learning. That's the thing about weather. You can never know everything. Nobody in weather knows everything. There's always that one storm that you'll be like, holy crap, I didn't know that was possible. You know, freaking tornadoes doing U-turns. Or northwest moving tornadoes. or 3 tornadoes on the ground at the same time on the same storm, or a condensed stovepipe multi-vortex. Literally, we saw it on Reed's. Reed had it from a drone, the weed whacker. That's what we call him. It was just absolute ridiculous stuff. Things I never thought was possible. A donut where you could see inside a tornado on radar. Just crazy things that I never thought would be possible. We've seen this year. And 2024 already has the title, freaking Storms That Defy Physics. That's what this year's title is going to be. Storms That Defy Physics. Because it's like, bro, that's all they've done. Let's see. Baltimore. Okay, yeah, I'll zoom into Baltimore. They're actually going sub-severe. They're actually going sub-severe, so that's good news. The main threat with these will be at the most 60-mile-an-hour winds and 0.75-inch hail. Did they just... The severe watch expired. Huh. Well, there goes your whole severe watch. I don't think they're going to reconsider a watch issuance. Let me see if we have an MCD out. It would be this MCD, if any. No. Nope. Nope. So I don't think they're going to reissue that severe watch. And there's the new SPC outlook. Wow, I didn't plan to be live this late. Oh well. What can you do? There it is, though. There's your new outlook, so that way... Why am I still in a marginal? I swear, this is a 2% tour. Okay, good. So they have maintained the 5% up here, which is honestly a good call. And then they have a large 2% here as well. And still a 2% there in Texas. So there's your 3 slight risks. We've now been completely separated. We now have a level 3, or not a level 2, my bad. Level 2 here, level 2 here, level 2 here. And then everywhere else in that dark green, 1, 1, 1, 1. And then we call the general thunderstorm risk, we call it a 0.5. Basically, if you're in the light green, you can possibly get a rumble of thunder. Maybe a bit of rain. That's what we call the general thunderstorm risk is 0.5. We're down to no tornado warnings. Okay. Normally when I say that, something gets issued. The only significant severe we have is this one in just southwest of Dallas for 1.75-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's considerable for hail, 1.75-inch hail. All right, thank you, Legacy. That's always important. Because that's one of the main links to join. So we're going to begin to conclude. We'll be live again sometime tomorrow, but we are going to begin to conclude because I got to go eat. And this thread is definitely dying down. We've covered nearly all of it. Definitely not all of it, but nearly all of it. The main threat for the rest of the day by a milestone will be hail and wind, with a brief tornado risk. Anywhere from freaking New York all the way down to Florida, back towards Texas, too. Let's see. You've gotten plenty of streams, Caleb. Go rewatch the freaking 400 hours of coverage I've done in the last half year. I don't even know how long we've done. You want me to add it all up? There's plenty of coverages you could watch on my channel. Watch the one from April 1st. Watch one of the really interesting ones. There has been live streams that have been so active, the live stream just goes by in a second. But we are going to start concluding, y'all, shortly. But before we do that, I just want to say thank you. We're at 6,247. Here's the analytics for the last 7 days. I wonder when we went live today. I wonder when we started this live stream. That's the subscriber count. We started at 5,909 and we're ending at 6,247. So almost 350 subscribers, near that. So if you guys haven't already, please hit that subscribe button with a notification bell set to all, so you know when I go live again tomorrow, because we will be live again tomorrow. This severe threat has gotten low enough to the point where we are going to conclude. There's only one storm that would be decent enough to cover, and that's the one southwest of Dallas. But we've already done almost, by the time we're done this, 5 hours. So I really hope that you guys tune in to the live stream tomorrow. If not, then hey, have a great rest of your your day and your night, and I'll see you in another live stream. If you don't tune in again, then thank you so much for tuning in the first place. I mean, it was greatly appreciated. And also hit the like button on your way out if you can. If not, perfectly fine. As well as share the channel with your family, friends, social media. Sharing's free, subscribing's free, and liking the stream is free. And most of you guys did like all of those. 720 likes is absurd. I'm sure we had 50 plus shares, so it's greatly appreciated. And I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. We're gonna head on to the outro music. Already, I guess a few people are looking forward to that one. So we do have 3-minute outro music. Typically we do intro music as well, which we did do today. Bit of a flash warning in the background, just a heads up, as we load up the loop in the background for y'all to just see in the back there. And yeah, thank you so much for the support. What a ridiculously wild stream. Most liked, most viewed. So many other records that I honestly can't even think of any of them. But I mean, just absolutely crazy support. So thank you so much. It's greatly appreciated. And I appreciate every single one of you guys who even clicked on the stream, whether it be a second or you're here the whole time. I appreciate y'all very much. Massive shout out to all the mods. Mods did a lot of work today. So I thank you guys for being here. We had pretty much all of our mods in here at one point. So I appreciate the mods big time. You guys helped tremendously, and as well as for most of the people in chat being respectful. Those who weren't were banned, because we do have rules on this channel, and they are actually set to quite a high standard. So yeah, thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I will see you guys in tomorrow's live stream. Have a great rest of your night. Thank you so much for the support, and yeah, goodbye. Thank you guys for 6,000 subscribers, and I will see you guys in tomorrow's live stream. Have a great rest of your night. Good.